So, I hope that was your parents' like least favorite child. These are my sacrifices to find my way, aren't they? Hey, can you go before me? Can you go, like, go in the front so I don't step on some dangerous shit? Okay. See you later, sir. Oh shit. I think I woke up like the whole neighborhood this time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, neighbors. Go, go, go. No! He took my favorite!
I think this is a lost cause. We can't. I think we need to
No,
reset.
see? Try and wiggle yourself out now. You're there soon. See? We're moving you. Moving you. It's like watching two monkeys fuck a coconut.
What the corp?
I get. See? Ramjet, bro. Home to the Museum of Billion. Oh, no! No.
I will hand on stream. I'm sorry to people who are listening to my voice. Beep, boop, bop. Boop, beep, beep, boop, bop.
Beep, boop, bop.
People boop bop.
Is that how we're gonna start the beep boop boop bop?
That's what I ended the introduction
Oh, yes.
with. Beep boop boop bop.
Ooh, I like this. I like this model, VQ.
Thank you. I also have some cool
have your-
pants on, but I can't show them. I can, maybe. How do I move?
Shift, right click.
No, Alt.
That might be alt.
Okay. No, it's the middle. Look at these pants. Dance.
Oh, those are some cool pants.
Yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate,
Hello,
Talran.
Talran.
I'm drinking tea.
How are you doing? Okay, let me also get up the
How do you? Oh, that's how you spell his name. Oh, I
Take
didn't. I
that,
needed to look that up.
depression!
Okay, I have that open. Okay, it's gonna look weird for like a second because I need to click onto this. There we go. Now,
I think I should put some more honey in this.
then you put some more honey in it. Get your tea, we're going deep diving. I hope you're ready. Get your tea, get your snacks. This is deep dive time. I've also planned to do like deep dive about other things.
Yeah, I have a purple stripe now.
Yeah, he's had it for a while.
Well, the purple stripe I've had for a little while, but it's only been on.
Corrupted by.
Oh, it's on
Oh,
very
yeah.
few things. It's definitely because of the void. Definitely not for any other personal reasons.
Totally not personal.
But for now, we can just say that I'm corrupted by the void.
Yeah, I know. How you feeling, by the way? How you doing? Let me just get up my stream too so I can see that it looks nice.
It looks good.
Okay, nice.
You
That's
could
all
be
I
sitting
need
a
to know.
little low. You could be sitting a little lower in your chair, but it looks good.
You can sit a little lower in your chair. Okay.
I don't think I can actually. You didn't give me a chair. You didn't give me a chair. I'm just sitting in the corner.
Yeah, on the floor. Like a peasant. I'm just kidding. No.
Wow,
Uh,
peasant.
I'm gonna choose. Yeah, no, that's okay. You don't need to answer. But I ask anyway. I care. Okay, let's deep dive because on Thursday we did play Tekken,
Thursday.
and you don't really know the story, and I know some bits and pieces, but I don't know the whole story. And when
That's not
we
true. I know the story now.
now, and then we saw Tekken Blood Vengeance, which made us read up on how many times Heihachi has died, because it was like, this is not the first time, and obviously probably not gonna be the last time. The Tekken story. Yeah. And then we started reading, and I got way more.
I had
And
made a
I was
joke.
like, what the
Yeah,
fuck is this?
I had made a joke. Like, haha, it would be funny if we talked about this on stream.
But then you have
Where
me and my autism be like, hell yeah, I love this. I love talking about dumb shit that I'm interested in. And go to deep diving.
oh, Talrad. I know about the volcanoes.
he has learned about the
Okay,
volcanoes.
since we played after we had watched Blood Vengeance, I was just like, what is even going on right now? And so I looked up. I just went to Google and I hit up YouTube, and I was just like, what is the story of Tekken? Tell me. And I
6
came across
pages
this.
long he wrote to
Hold
vent.
on, hold on. The I found a video that was like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours long, and I was just like, originally, I was just like, I'm not going to remember any of this. I'm just going to watch watch it and be impressed. And I did until I got halfway through, and I was just like, this is all important information that could be useful for the deep dive. So I started writing everything down. Not everything, just the important parts. And I am 2, 3, 4, 5 pages in of the main story. Not even any of the other side. Bro, the bionic. Oh, that's for a different time. And I have half a page about King because King is my favorite character. He is my husband. I have half a page about Dr. Boskanovich and two
He's my
paragraphs
main.
on Jack and Brian.
Is
I don't know.
Dragonov in the story that you heard about?
No,
The fuck?
no, not one bit. His name
God
was never
damn.
brought up. I opened up Tekken this morning and I was just like, okay, I am only now noticing how important June is to the story and that she is in Tekken 8. Um,
June, who is that again?
that is Jin's mom, Kazuya's
Oh, yeah.
one night
Yeah, no,
stand.
she is very important.
And let me check my notes. Hold on.
Oh,
This is
I suck
Tekken
at playing
5.
Yoshimitsu. I keep spinning and killing myself.
This is Jin. Okay, so June hasn't been in the games since Tekken 2, and we are on Tekken 8.
Yeah. Okay, should I start? I don't know. It like with
No,
Tekken,
I,
you don't
I
know.
lied. I lied. She was in Tekken 3. She was not playable. I don't think she was playable, but she was in Tekken 3.
Yeah. It's
Sorry, continue.
it's very difficult finding out who to start with in the Tekken. So basically, I'll be reading a little bit of their biography, and then Jose will be like, actually, because he has the story, and I'll only read up on the characters. Okay. Enjoy your
It's not not.
rock days.
I'm the lore guy. I have a notebook that I am now dubbing my deep dive notebook.
Deep
Whenever
dive.
we do these deep dives, I am going to write everything in this
Okay,
folder. And
nice.
by the end of the year, at the end of the year, if we do enough of these, I'm going to ship it to VQ and be like, "This is all of the notes that I took."
Hell yeah. Okay, so Wang is an important story piece to the story because he knows Jinpachi, which is Heihachi's father. So that's how I was like, who do we start with? We start with the oldest, but also the one who will bring us into
Well, this just got
the
interesting.
Mishima family, right? Hello,
Yes,
Coyote. So, Wang, Wang,
Wang Jinrei.
Wang is an old man who has seen a lot in life, from the way Wang dresses as and the way he speaks of Jiangxi and other legends. Who is? I will be opening each page and be like, who is this? This is not. It's an actual person. Okay, that we're bringing real life people into this. I mean, we have World War
Let's
Two
not.
into this, so no, I'm not
Also, we have
literally bringing them in.
World War III. We'll get there.
Oh my god. Yeah, why not? Why do we not have World War Three in this?
Oh, I'll
Okay,
get there.
staying in a Fujian Tulo, knowing about Mukujin in Tekken 6, and mentioning gods, he seems to hold traditions and legends in great esteem. He possibly left China during the start of the Mao era, if not before. Do you have anything on Wang in your thing?
Yes, in Tekken 6. When is it Tekken 6 or is it Tekken 5? It is Tekken 5.
Okay, Tekken 5 is in the next paragraph.
Mm-hmm. He's in yeah, he shows up in Tekken 1. He doesn't do anything important.
Uh-huh.
He's just there because they needed an old man character, I think.
They just needed an old man. Didn't they have Jinpachi?
At this point, Jinpachi no, Jinpachi wasn't in the first game.
Mm.
No, okay, so in the
No, I can finish
me
this
this
paragraph probably.
okay, okay.
He possibly left China during the start of the Mao era, if not before. Wang seems to have the means to acquire a lot of information, such as about Alicia, Ogre's epitaph, or the Mishima Saibutsu. So this old man knows everything. He just
Uh,
knows everything. He is also someone who seems to want more from life and to hold a bigger role, as evidenced by when Xiaoyu tells him he's being overly dramatic and has watched too many kung fu movies, or when he reunites all the older men in his Tekken Tag Tournament 2 ending to tell them that he wants to be recognized and seem as a young stud. This does
he is not.
not stop
He
him
is not. He
also
is not.
complaining from time to time about his old age and failing hard.
Hello, Jengas.
So this man is hello Jingos. This man is just like rounding up all of the old men in the Tekken Tag Tournament 2 ending and being like, you
Oh,
guys need to call me a young stud, but also I hate my old age and I have a failing
while
heart.
while we're talking about old men, I want to bring up Dr. Boskanovich really quickly
Okay,
because you mentioned the tag team tournament.
yeah, 2. Only the second one.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. In in one of Dr. Boskonovich's endings, or the ending for Dr. Boskonovich,
The
his
ending.
story for tag team tournament is that he is looking for the male pattern. You know how Heihachi and Jinpachi have that bald spot in the middle,
Yeah.
and how Dr. Boskonovich is also bald.
And Kazuya
In
is
tag,
turning bald, maybe.
no,
No!
no, no.
Oh,
So
wow.
Dr. Boskonovich in the tag team tournament um, was looking for a pattern, like the male, like why everyone is going bald. And so he looked it up, and he
Is
looked
it
at
not just a
Heihachi,
normal
Jinpachi.
thing?
Yes, but like he's wondering why Jinpachi and Heihachi specifically are bald in the middle, but the sides of their hair keep growing.
Let me tell you.
And
Hold
like
on. Let me tell you. What about family genetics? You would think, right?
also also correct. So do you want to know a fun
Nice.
fact about the devil gene?
It makes you bald?
It Kazuya and Jin will never go bald because the devil gene prevents hair loss. This is
It's
in tag team tournament. I'm not even kidding. This is in tag team tournament
no.
where Dr. Boskanovich is in. And no, I'm not kidding. This is a real thing.
Oh my god. So, in hindsight, they actually Heihachi Heihachi got Kazuya and Jin to have the devil gene because he didn't want his boys to grow bald.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh,
End of
that's so
stream.
stupid. I love it.
That's the whole story.
End of stream. This is all we
End of
needed.
stream. That's all you need.
That's hilarious. Welcome, Jengos, to our deep dive into Tekken. If you didn't want to know it, well, that sucks because now you get to know everything, and it's fucking hilarious.
Now you're on the bus. Now you're on the bus
Join
with
the
us.
bald gang. Uh,
Unless you possess the devil gene, in which case you will not go bald.
yeah. Wang bears many regrets. He mentioned his negligence toward the Mishima Saibutsu that allowed it to expand so much, and all through Tekken 5, he expresses similar regret. He regrets not having been able to save his friend Jinpachi from his son Heihachi, and regrets having been manipulated by Heihachi for so many years. Heihachi somehow manipulated him into believing Jinpachi was a threat, and even tells Wang, "I'll be the one to stop him, once and for all," indicating that he perhaps painted his usurping of Jinpachi before in a positive light to Wang. Wang's reply, "I won't let you fool me again," indicates he has no intention of falling for this twice. Once beaten by Wang, Heihachi somehow acts pitifully, saying, "Wang, Jinrei, how can you?" Perhaps showing that Wang was someone gentler in his young days who spoiled Heihachi in his youth.
Oh, Jengus. Neither did I. And here we are, 7, 8 pages deep. There is lore,
There is so much
and we
lore.
and we will tell you about it.
Yeah. I hope you like deep diving. Um, Wang's belated confrontation of the Mishimas may come out of strong loyalty to his friends. On beating Heihachi in Tekken 5, he remarks, "Why do you have to hurt my friends to do the right thing?" And when Jinpachi asks him to kill him, Wang once more says, "I will not harm my friend ever again." Although Wang does accept to fight Jinpachi, he wishes there were another way, indicating that conflict that results in challenging his former allies is a great burden to him. Wang's dedication to loyalty is also evidence in his treatment of Feng Wei. Just check who Feng Wei is. Ah, yeah, him. He understood that Feng beat his master in a fair fight, and he talked to Lei, who was to arrest Feng about it, exonerating Feng from culpability. Who's Lei? The drunken master?
Yeah.
He's a cop?
Yeah.
God. Did we capture you? I did. Hello, D-Trax. You want to know some lore about Tekken? That's what we're doing. I didn't capture him. I just was like, hey, did you know this? After the movie we saw, the Blood Vengeance. And then, like, it's a free country. You can leave the voice chat anytime.
I'm not letting these 7 pages of notes go to waste, PQ. I've been writing
Wang
all morning.
Wang is someone for whom teaching and leading a younger generation is important. He tries to show them a better way and often shares his wisdom. He is happy to share his knowledge as an elder and does succeed in gaining respect from some, such as Li Chaolan. We know who that is. Excellent. Or even Feng Wei. He is easily angered, however, when he is not respected or listened to, as in the case of Marshall Law, where he informs him that he will chastise him harshly for his not so honest actions, or when
So you
Chayu
want to
refuses to listen to him and leave a fight, despite her being a younger relative of his. So Chayu is a relative of his, apparently.
distant, since yeah, distant relative, yes.
Yeah. So he
Mm-hmm.
trained Li Chaolan, martial law, Feng Wei, and Xiaoyu.
Do you want to know a fun fact about what's martial law?
Yeah, I want to know a fun
Um,
fact. That's why we're here.
so he gets done dirty. I can't remember if it was Lei or Law because their names are so similar. I'm pretty sure Martial Law is the cook, who then got trained by
Martial law
um
is not the cook.
who's the cook? Is it not Law?
This is law. This is
Which one am I
law
thinking of?
and
Am I
Lei.
thinking of Lee?
Oh
Am I
shit.
thinking of Lee? I
Lee
could be thinking of Lee.
Lee is excellent, you know? The fabulous guy that
Oh,
I
that's
love.
right. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very cute. We are reading up on Tekken lore. That's all we're doing today because it's so much and it's a deep dive and I love it.
So I'll get to that character when we get to him then.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a while. But he's gonna be mentioned a bunch of time with Jinpachi.
Which just remind me again when the cook shows up.
Who is the cook?
One of them is the cook, and he has a son. I'm pretty sure it's one of them.
I don't I don't think Lee has a son though.
Someone has a restaurant, and then they become a martial art. I'm pretty sure. Who's the
Who's the
Bruce
one?
Lee character?
That's martial law.
Who?
I did not know
Yeah,
he
that's
was a
him.
cook. 10 in a
He's a
row.
cook,
8.
and he has a kid eventually. Um, and his name is Forrest Law.
Yeah, that
The
could. I remember him.
Yeah. So martialize in the games for a while, and then eventually they're just like, oh, we're bringing all the kids like Jin and Asuka and all of the other ones, and so
Okay.
Forrest, Marshall's kid, shows up for one game, and they're just like, you know what, fuck it, let's just go back to Marshall, and that's it. That's the last we heard of this
Oh
kid.
my god. He just
He
got
doesn't.
cut.
Yeah,
I
yeah. He
mean,
just gets. He just got.
they have done worse. They did make a character and then was like, you know what? No, we're gonna focus on the character they were involved with instead to gain more popularity for that one. Sips tea.
Sips tea.
Do you have any more on Wang Renjie, Jinrei?
Uh, in so what you had mentioned when you had mentioned him fighting Jinpachi,
Mm.
he never gets to do that. He never gets to fight Jinpachi in any of the tournaments when he comes in Tekken 5. When Jinpachi comes back, he canonically never fights Jinpachi.
But it
Uh,
said he
well,
fought him,
I
but
know, but like the in Tekken 5, Wang gets defeated by Jin.
mm-hmm.
Kazuma.
Kazuma.
Kazuma, yeah. No, yeah. Wang
Kazuya
gets defeated
Kazumi.
by Jin.
Kazuma. I am. Wait, which one?
Jin's Kazuya's kid.
Kazuma. Okay, Jin Kazuma.
Yeah,
Kazuya
yeah, Jin
Kazuma.
Kazuma. Uh yeah, Jin defeats Wang in the tournament, and Jin eventually goes on to fight Jinpachi. Canonically. Canonically, Jin is the one that defeats Jinpachi, and Wang never fights uh Jinpachi like he said he wanted to.
That
So
doesn't
that's a
add
really
up
sad.
to here because that's not how he dies.
No, he's that's not how he dies.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, that's not how he dies. He just gets defeated. He's not killed.
Yeah, okay. Didn't you have another like
Literally.
thing how he got killed?
On Jinpachi, not
Mm.
on Wang. I have no idea how Wang is dead.
No, no, no,
Like
no.
as far as
On
I know, Wang.
Jinpachi.
Are you talking about how he was trapped into the temple?
No, the other thing. Didn't you have another?
We could talk about his pattern baldness again.
Also, a fun fact,
Oh,
as you're gonna take a notice to, the older the Mishimas or Kazumas are, the less clothing they are wearing. I just want to point that out because I saw it and I was like, hello, why? But
yeah.
okay.
When it comes to the male characters, the older they are, the less they wear.
Here we have
Like
Jinpachi,
Garth
right?
Ryu. Yes.
And then we have Heihachi. Do you see? A little bit more clothes, right? Right? More clothes than just the skirt and some accessories. And then we have the next in line who has more clothes, but in the movie we saw, and sometimes he only wears like a vest, like a shirt and a vest, not the jacket. And then he is even more clothed. Like the younger they are, the more clothes they have on, and I don't know why. But here we are.
They're making up for the baldness.
They're making up for the baldness.
Okay, no, I actually do have a fun fact about Jinpachi.
Okay.
So, Jin and Kazuya, right? They have the devil gene. Everyone
Mm-hmm.
knows that,
Yeah.
right? So, as we will soon find out, Jinpachi has been trapped under a temple for 47 plus years. How long? Who knows? It's not important
47?
right now. All you,
No.
yes,
15.
No,
It's lying to me.
it is lying to you because I did the math, right?
Okay.
So let's start at the beginning really quickly. Let's start before let's start before the game starts. Let's start before Tekken 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jinpachi is not in control of the Mishima Saibatsu. Before the games, Heihachi is in control of the well, depending on depending on when Heihachi takes over the Mishima Saibatsu.
Do you want me to read about that?
Give me a second. Because I don't know when Heihachi put Jinpachi in under the temple. All we know is that he's been down there for a really long time, and it's definitely not more. It's definitely not 15 years because I'm going to assume that as soon as Heihachi took over the Mishima Zaibatsu, that Heihachi or Jinpachi was in the temple, and I've done my math. It before the game even starts, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Kazuma is Kazuya. Kazuya is 30 years old, and that is because he was 5 when he was thrown off a cliff, and then 25 years later, the first tournament starts.
Yeah.
So It's a 25-year time skip. After the first game, it's a 2-year time skip, so we're at 27. And then after Tekken 2, uh, there's another time skip, 18 years. Um, between when Heihachi takes over the company for the second time after Kazuya's death to the volcano. It was a volcano this time. Uh there's another 18-year time skip and then another 2-year time skip. So at least if we, if we're being generous and let's say Jinpachi is only underneath the temple at the beginning of Tekken 1, that still leaves 20 years and like 2 months before Jinpachi is released from underneath the temple. So, at the very shortest, it's 20 years, and at most, I don't know, it could be somewhere in the 60s.
But technically, he never gets released, right?
What do you mean?
He dies.
He doesn't. Well, no, you're right. You're right. He doesn't. He's dead, but a demonic force is taking over him. Not specifically, not the devil gene, right?
Yeah,
But a
he doesn't
demonic
have the
force is
devil gene.
yeah, specifically, he does not have the devil gene, but a demonic force does take over his body after he's dead and while still carrying the boulder.
The fucking boulder.
Yeah, and then he escapes. We'll get there.
Okay. Is this where I read about him?
Now you get rid about Jinpachi. He specifically does not have the devil gene. He does have a demonic force in him.
Yeah, we'll get
He's
to
got like
how they
dog
get the
limbs.
devil gene too. I think it's a way they get it. Jinpachi is the father of Heihachi Mishima and the founder of the Mishima Saibatsu. He expanded the corporation into an industrial empire capitalizing on military demand during World War II. Here comes in World War II. So why not have World War III later?
We'll get there.
After the war, he regretted the company's direction, and it is stated that he abhorred needless conflict. He instead resolved to devote his family's legacy solely on martial arts. So this man went from capitalizing on military demand during World War II to being like, hey, we're going fully over to martial arts. Unlike most of the Mishimas, Jinpachi is an honorable fighter with a strong sense of wisdom. He is also friends with Wang Jinrei, which is the guy we talked about last. However, Jinpachi's life took a turn for the worse when the bitter Heihachi staged a coup and stole the company from him. Jinpachi attempted to retake the company from Heihachi, but failed, and was imprisoned by him beneath the Mishima family temple Honmaru. Sometime later, he died of starvation until he was later animated by a demonic entity.
Yeah.
When Honmaru was destroyed by an army of jack robots, Jinpachi was freed. Heihachi had been caught in the explosions and was believed to be dead at the time. Jinpachi organized the fifth King of
2
Iron
months.
Fist tournament. 2 months?
For 2 months, he was presumed dead.
I know.
Tekken 5 is wild. Hold on. That
Determined
explosion. Sorry.
to put an end to the corrupt Mishima bloodline and to free himself from the demon possessing him, at the end of the tournament, Jinpachi was defeated and ultimately killed by his great-grandson, Jin Kazuma. So he did kill him, not just defeat him. With the evil force that had awakened him vanquished and grateful, Jinpachi passed away peacefully.
I thought we were talking about Wang earlier. Yeah, 100% Jin, 100% killed Jinpachi.
No, I was asking about two things, so you probably got a little bit mixed up with that.
Yes, probably.
So this is how he dies twice. Does this
The second time.
family die a lot? Yes.
Yes.
Is
I
it
have a
the same
counter.
people dying? Yes. So that's how he died, got reanimated with an evil entity, and then died by his great-grandson. Because why not? Do you have anything to add on that?
I don't hate Tekken 5. Tekken 5 is where things get weird. But is it Tekken 5 or is it Tekken 6? Well, it's technically Tekken 6. No, it is Tekken
Are
5.
you fighting yourself now?
So in the explosion that freed Jinpachi, right?
Yeah, the jack robots.
With the Jack robots.
Mm.
I'll go more into detail about this later when I get to my story thing. When I extensively go into the story, um, Jinpachi, not Jinpachi, Heihachi gets blown up in the explosion that releases Jinpachi.
Yeah.
He gets flung to like, I'm exaggerating a little bit. He gets thrown across the forest and he lands in a cemetery and he is underground in a tomb for 2 months, not moving, not sleeping. Well, he might. I mean, if you count unconscious as sleeping, then he's sleeping.
Yeah.
But for 2 months, he is underground and he is presumed dead until
Heihachi?
Heihachi, and then he just comes back,
Jesus Christ.
just comes. Not the explosion, not the impact, not him being underground for 2 months. None of that killed him. He's
So
back to life.
fucking weird.
Don't you worry. That's the second time he died,
And he
by the
hasn't
way.
eaten for 2 months.
And not for 2 months.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that would be the third time, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. Okay, so Heihachi. Heihachi Mishima is the son of Jinpachi Mishima, obviously, a man who founded a family corporation that grew in size selling weapons during World War II. Jinpachi became more pacifist after the war and desired to distance himself from weapons and weapons manufacturing and focused on developing his martial arts style, Mishima style fighting karate. He trained his son Heihachi and Heihachi's future wife, Kasumi Hachijo. Heihachi and Kasumi married, and when Heihachi was 26, they had a son named Kazuya Mishima. Heihachi grew to become a formidable martial artist and shrewd businessman. He coveted his father's corruption and disagreed with the direction his father had taken it. When he was around 30 years old, Heihachi launched a coup and seized control of his father's corporation from him. He began
Okay.
You want me to
Okay.
finish the paragraph, or is it something
How much longer is the paragraph?
not that long?
Okay, continue.
Jinpachi and Kasumi. No, he began restyling the corporation into its present form as the Mishima Saibatsu. Jinpachi and Kasumi were both alarmed at this action, and Jinpachi sought to retake the corporation from his son. Jinpachi failed, and Heihachi imprisoned him beneath the family temple Honmaru. Heihachi seems to have kept Jinpachi alive for a significant amount after this, and the first time he was confirmed as dead was when Wang Jinrei heard the news. Some 15 years later, Heihachi would have been 45 at this time. So at the age of 30 to 45. That's where they get the 15 years.
Okay, but he was dead. He was dead for a lot longer than that. Okay,
Yeah, but
now
that's
that makes
when
sense.
Wang Jinrei got the news of him being dead. Mm.
Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, so Kazuya was born, and Kazuya was a little was young when Heihachi took over, right? That's what it said.
Um,
It said he was
yeah.
born and then that he took over.
Kazuya was born when Heihachi was 26, and that's when, after that time, somewhere after that time he was born, he took over. That was when he was
Okay,
30 years old, so 4 years after.
okay. So this would make Jinpachi under the temple for 48 years. Definitively. He was under the temple for 48 years.
Okay.
I just wanted to throw that out there
Yeah, no, I get it.
because for 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 me, because there's a lot of like number crunching. So yeah, that
Yeah,
makes me feel better.
okay. Now you have the numbers correctly.
I'm a big lore guy. I don't like maybes. I like stuff that fits.
Okay. Shortly after imprisoning his father, Heihachi was confronted by his wife Kasumi, who asked him to forego the dark path he was on. Heihachi ignored her pleas, and over the coming weeks, Kasumi fell ill. Fell ill frequently. Thank you for the lurk. And seemed to exhibit a violent second persona. This is where her devil form comes in. Heihachi nursed her back to health, but all came to a heed when Kasumi attacked him one day in the family dojo. Kasumi transformed into a demonic creature and claimed her family had received a premonition that Heihachi would bring great darkness to the world. She told Heihachi that her task all along had been to stay at his side and either dissuade him from his path or kill him should he be intent on pursuing it. The two fought, and despite his love for her, Heihachi ended up killing Kasumi. Heihachi's 5-year-old son, Kazuya, discovered that Heihachi was responsible for Kasumi's death and confronted him. A 5-year-old is confronting his dad, being like, "You killed mom!"
I want you to know a little bit more about this,
Yeah,
right? So up to this point, Kazuya is 5,
yeah.
and up to this point, I mean, Heihachi hasn't been a great father, but hey,
Or
because
he gets
because
worse.
Kazuya is only, huh? I know that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Heihachi isn't the greatest father, right? But also Kazuya is 4, so we can't really take what a 4-year-old says, right?
5-year-old.
Whatever.
No,
Yes,
it.
5. I know, I know. The
Yeah.
day, apparently, that we find out about this in Tekken 6 or Tekken 7.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the day that Kasumi died is the day that Heihachi threw Kazuya off a cliff. The same day.
Yeah, because Kazuya is confronting him the moment he finds out, and I would say it's the same day if he didn't like hide the body or something. So Heihachi beat the
I
boy and threw him off a cliff. His motivations for this seem to be mixed. I am mixed about this. He later claimed that he wished to see Kazuya had the same that he later claimed that he wished to see if Kazuya had the same illness as Kazumi. Through various other accounts state it has been was to see if Kazuya was strong enough to climb back up, since Heihachi considered him weak to be his heir. Kazuya did indeed climb back up the cliff, and Heihachi seems to have taken this as a sign that Kazuya was a worthy inheritor of his teachings. He just throws his 5-year-old son off a cliff and be like, I was just testing if you had your mother's illness. You're
well,
too
it's a
weak,
win-win.
boy.
Well, it's a win-win because if he has the devil gene,
He will
he's going
survive.
to come back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will survive and he'll know about it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And if he dies, I mean, he didn't care about Kazuya anyway.
No, he didn't give a fuck about Kazuya.
So,
Only
so it's
Kazumi.
time to like, so it's like, you know what? Time to start over.
Yeah.
So,
But you would think at this point he would be okay to have Kazuya as his heir, right? Because he's worthy inheritor of his teaching.
yeah,
But no! So now unopposed and in sole control of the Mishima Saibatsu, Heihachi began rapidly expanding it and building back up its weapons manufacturing capacity. Can you say that word for me?
capacities, capacities.
Probably. One of the first things Heihachi was involved in was the Big Apple War in New York. Is that
That's right, the
real?
Big Apple War.
Is it
Yeah, it's a real
real?
thing.
Is it?
It's a real thing in the lore. It's not a real thing. I
In
don't
the
think it's a
world?
real thing in the world.
I mean, we have World War II and 3. So,
Yeah,
I don't know. Um, in which Mishima Saibutsu backed gang violence in the area, manipulated control over local politicians and the police, resulting a huge number of civilian deaths. Obviously, it's the Apple War in New York. Another incident he was involved in was the search for an ancient pendant, a Native American treasure. He sent out employees to retrieve the treasure, but one man instead fell in love and chose to conceal the treasure's whereabouts from Heihachi. I just want to go off a little bit because this
hmm
man,
he's a terrible person.
Mr. Chang. No, he's not a terrible
Oh,
person.
not Heihachi. Okay,
Mr. Chang is the one who found the pendant. And you wonder why would you go traveling and then find the pendant and be like, I fell in love, so now I'm gonna hide it. Well, Mr. Chang was sent by Heihachi, which was located somewhere on Native American land. While in America, Mr. Chang met and fell in love with a Native American woman whom he later married and had a child with, a daughter named Michelle.
Yeah.
He found the treasure he had been sent to find, a mysterious pendant, and chose not to give it to Heihachi. Instead, he gave it to his daughter for safekeeping. Likely due to his failure to get Heihachi what he wanted, Mr. Shang was murdered on Heihachi's orders by his henchmen. Michelle was told the truth about her father's death by her mother on her 18th birthday and vowed revenge for her father. Now, you would wonder, is this woman that he fell in love with important?
Yes, surprisingly. Well, no, not the
Surprisingly.
woman. The pendant.
Yeah.
The kid though.
But Mrs. Chang is a Native American woman. She is the wife of Mr. Chang, the mother of Michelle, and the adoptive grandmother of Julia. Her husband was a man from Hong Kong sent by Heihachi Mishima to find an ancient treasure of Native American land. Mr. Chang met Mrs. Chang, and the two fell in love and later married and had a daughter, Michelle. They raised their daughter in Arizona, USA. Mr. Chang found the treasure he was meant to be searching for, a pendant, but he gave it to Michelle for safekeeping rather than handing it to Heihachi. He was later killed by Heihachi's henchmen. On Michelle's 18th birthday, Mrs. Chang told the truth about her husband's death to her daughter, prompting Michelle to enter the King of Iron Fist tournament to avenge her father's death. 2 years later, Heihachi's son Kazuya Mishima sought the pendant that Michelle was wearing around her neck. He was aware that it carried a secret to great treasure to ensure Michelle's participation in the King of Iron Fist tournament too. Kazuya sent his men to kidnap Mrs. Chang, and it is unknown that what became of Mrs. Chang after this. So she's just gone. Just gone. I'm gonna talk about
I'm sorry,
Michelle
what?
and Julia later.
Yeah, they're not important for this moment.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle is like Michelle is in the first game, but she really doesn't do anything.
No. Let me.
Wait, no, that's not entirely
Michelle
true.
is kind of important though.
Well, yeah, she's important in like the third game, but and in this current moment in time, she's not important.
Yeah. I'm gonna have that open for later. Okay. Okay, so this one man fell in love, had a whole family, and got killed, and his wife disappeared. Their daughter entered the Iron Fist tournament and adopted a daughter. All for this fucking pendant.
Yes, what is this pendant? We won't know for like 3 games.
You want to talk about the pendant?
We'll get there when we talk about Ogre.
Oh, okay. It's that time. Okay. That's when it comes in. Heihachi had him assassinated for his betrayal, setting the stage many years later for the man's daughter to seek vengeance on him. Sometime likely... I need to find his picture again. Heihachi, where are you? There we are. Sometime likely still in his early 30s, Heihachi went on a business trip to China and saw a boy scrapping in the street. Impressed with the child, he adopted him and brought him home to Japan to serve as a rival to Kazuya and to force him to better himself. Heihachi raised his adoptive son, Li Chaolan, alongside Kazuya, giving them both an aristocratic education, business knowledge, teaching them Mishima-style fighting karate, and raising them with his own ruthless code. All that matters is who's left standing, nothing else. He just goes out, find another kid, and be like, you're gonna challenge my son to be better. And he doesn't even
Yo.
have the devil gene. I mean, just a random kid scrapping in the streets.
Where was this also? Like, where is Lee from?
China.
Oh, with a name like Xiaolong, I probably should have put two and two together.
Both of his sons grew to deeply resent Heihachi and his cruelty towards them.
I can't imagine
No
why.
wonder. When he was around 47 years old, Heihachi fathered a son to a Swedish woman in order to determine whether his offspring, aside from Kazuya, might be born with this as yet unquantifiable devil phenomena.
Devil gene.
Yeah.
That's Lars, baby.
That's Lars Alexanderson. On apparently discovering that the boy was without this ability, Heihachi lost interest in him. My man, do you really think when you saw your wife go ill and then transform into a devil, did you think that you had the devil gene?
Well, no. He does. He didn't know if having children with her would interrupt his
Would make
like
his PP
genetics.
magic?
Well, not magic, but like if he slept with her, maybe that also gave him the devil gene. That's what he was thinking.
That's such a stupid thinking. I mean, magic
We'll talk about Reina in like 2 hours. We'll talk about Reina. Don't you worry.
like it. That's true.
We'll
Rain
talk
is
about-
also
we'll talk-
his daughter. I
We'll
can't.
talk about Reina. We'll talk about Reina in a little bit.
Hello, corpse. Yeah, so, like, what I think. Obviously, if I have another kid with someone else, I did not have the devil gene. So why would the devil gene go over to another kid with another wife or, like, another woman, just random Swedish woman? I don't understand. Even if you put your dick in it, it doesn't make your dick magic.
You know what they say? Don't stick your dick in crazy.
Well, I technically it would be magic sperm, right? But it's not his sperm. It's the wife's sperm. But yeah, I don't know about Reina, so that'll be very fun. Okay,
We'll get to
moving
Reina in
on
a
from
few
his
hours.
magic dick. Kazuya, in particular, despises his father and had been set on killing him ever since he was 5 years old. Obviously, after tossing you off a fucking goddamn cliff at 5 years old. By bidding his time and strength, Kazuya saw his opportunity when Heihachi put on a illustrious... Can you say that word? Illustrious international martial arts competition, the King of Iron Fist tournament. Woo!
The first one.
The first one. Heihachi offered substantial prize money and even ownership of the Saibatsu itself to those who could defeat him. Kazuya succeeded in defeating his father and took him back to the same cliff he had thrown him from 21 years ago and cast him
25.
over the 21 years ago, it says.
25.
But he was 5 years old, so minus that 5.
Nope, it was 25 years ago.
I'll say 21 years ago, like it says here. And cast him over the edge.
Right. In the grand scheme of things, what is 4 years, honestly?
With all the time skips, what is 4 years?
Yeah, you're right. With
Heihachi
all the time skips.
yeah. Heihachi survived the fall, but was in no position to challenge Kazuya, who had seized the Mishima estate and Saibatsu as his prize, allowing his sons to believe him dead. Heihachi trained in secret in the mountains with his pet bear, Kuma, for company. Kuma, my
Um.
boy.
Okay.
And you wonder, do you mean like Bear Man? A man that had like a bear fur coat? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's a fucking
He's a bear.
bear. Just
He's a
a
fucking
regular
bear.
bear.
Okay. Before you continue,
Yeah.
um, this is the end of Tekken 1, so I just want to get my notes out of Tekken 1 really quickly.
Yay.
Um, so Kazuya died, or not Kazuya died. Kazuya got thrown off a cliff. And Heihachi is the owner of the Mishima Sabatsu. Uh, between it's definitely after he got thrown off a cliff and before the tournament that
Mm-hmm.
Heihachi had obtained Kuma as a cub.
Okay.
Um, and then he also adopted Lee, which you had already brought up. So the important fights in the first tournament is Paul versus Kuma, which is like
Oh my god.
this is a weird. Paul beats Kuma all the fucking time, and they do my boy Kuma so dirty. Um,
But do you like
I,
Kuma, or is it actually that you like Kuma too?
I'm. Ooh, I'll get to the second Kuma in a
I
minute.
know, I know. Kuma is
And
the
like,
most sane
okay,
thing.
so we haven't obviously because we're reading off of Heihachi's biography.
Yeah.
Paul is nowhere involved in this,
Yeah.
right? But Paul and Kazuya are good rivals to the point where Paul is a good enough fighter that he is on par with Kazuya, and they're on the same fighting. They're on the same fighting level. So like, I get why he beat Kuma, but I'm upset that he beats Kuma.
Yeah.
Kazuya beats up his brother Lee, or adopted brother Lee. Yoshimitsu is here for reasons I cannot remember why. And he beats Ganryu, who is a
I love Ganryu. He is the
I
one who had a character made for him, but then they scratched it because they were like, why make a new character when we can make focus on his popularity even more?
I hate Ganryu.
Because of
What is he?
lore or what?
He's because yes. I hate Ganryu. He is a sumo wrestler, which normally on bar. Normally I'm on board with sumo wrestlers like the one from Street Fighter whose name I can't remember at the moment.
Mm.
I love like like sumo style. I hate Ganryu.
Why do you hate him? His
One,
personality or
so at some point, Ganryu sees Michelle fight and falls in love with Michelle, right?
mm-hmm.
Immediately falls in love with Michelle. To the point that in the second game, he tells Kazuya that, hey, I know we're doing this fighting tournament again. Let me fight Michelle so I can confess my love to her. And obviously, Michelle, being the smart person that she is, doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And she like pieces out, right? She's gone for a little while. I think this is in the 18-year time skip. Yeah, between Tekken 2 and Tekken 3, there's an 18-year time skip. So Michelle and her daughter Julia,
Yeah.
it is Julia, right? Um, Julia is trying to. Is she's a forest hippie. I don't a conservationist, whatever.
She's activist or whatever it's called. She goes out trying to save nature.
Yeah. So Julia is trying to bring back the forest that was lost, right?
Mm.
And of course, who else has that but the Mishima Zaibatsu?
Yep.
Four reasons. Four reasons the Mishima Zaibatsu has this thing. So Ganryu, having been rejected by Michelle, goes after Julia,
Oh my god.
who at this point is 18 or 19, and he is 57.
Oh
I
my
think
god.
he's in his 50s when he sees Julia, and he's like, "I love you." So he breaks into the Mishima Zaibatsu, gets the information that she wants to repopulate her forest, gives it to her, and she's like, "I love you," and then she leaves.
Oh
Right,
no!
rightfully so. And then we don't hear from Ganryu again for good reasons. I fucking hate his ass.
But also, okay, since we're talking about Ganryu and his love life, let me show you Gunmi-chan. She's a teenage female sumo wrestler who idolizes Ganryu. The original idea was proposed for Tekken Tag Tournament 2, but was discarded 5 seconds later in order to focus on increasing the popularity of Ganryu. Character sketch was completely several years ago, and the result was of a cute character like those found in Idol Master. Like,
Oh,
her whole thing was that she was gonna idolize him, and
yeah.
and instead
Instantly
of
got that.
making her, they scratched her to focus on his popularity, which
Which didn't work.
apparently was him
But
stalking girls.
I, 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 some people could be a fan of that.
Yep.
I am not a fan of
I'm
that.
not. Okay.
Okay, so back to the actual tournament.
Mm-hmm.
King fights Iron King, Armor King. Sorry,
Iron
and
King.
I can't. Armor King. We get to Armor King. I have this written in my notes. I have a whole separate page about Armor King. Uh,
Burger
Burger
King.
King. No. So King wins their first fight. And like Armor King hates regular King,
Hold
the
on.
first one.
Is it okay? So it's the Armor King number 2 you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about Armor King number one.
You're
This is still in the first game. So before the game ends, Armor King hates King, right? When they fight in the tournament, Armor King is like, you know what? You're the real deal. So they become friends.
okay.
Uh, we'll get to the rest of King's story when we get to Tekken 2. He becomes a drunk.
A
I'm not even
drunk?
kidding. King becomes a drunk.
What the fuck? Okay.
This is, yep. That's not important. So Kazuya fights Paul, and like I've mentioned before, Paul is a good fighter. He is on par with Kazuya, but at this, like Kazuya just really wants to fight Heihachi. So to the people who hate or not hate, like the more I read about Paul, the more I started to like him, and I hate that because I was just like, oh god, Paul, this guy's a weirdo. So
Yeah, obviously
Paul,
Kazuya needed to win to toss his father down the same fucking cliff he got tossed down to.
exactly. So Paul made it to the semifinals. This is the important part that Paul technically got third place in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously Kazuya beats Heihachi and throws him off a cliff.
Yeah.
And this is the first time Heihachi dies. Air quotes
Air
dies.
quotes dies.
Anyway, we could go back to Heihachi now.
Okay. There's still a bunch of things on him.
I
Kazuya's
know.
how do you say that?
Tenure?
Tenure, is it?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Kazuya's tenure as the head of Saibatsu was marked by accusations of criminal operations, assassinations, illegal animal trafficking, and experimentation, and seizure of land in order to try and create his own nation state. What were you gonna say?
Tenure is basically a word that means how long you've been working somewhere.
Oh, okay.
So
When
basically, his yeah.
yeah, he's been working there for a little bit.
Well, he's the head of it, so
Yeah.
I hesitate to call it working, but yes.
Yeah. When he took over for his father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Kazuya declared a second Iron Fist tournament to prove his martial arts superior health
Supremacy,
no superiority
superiority, superiority.
superiority.
There you go. You got it.
Heihachi entered. He just comes out of nowhere being like, "You thought I was dead? Bitch, no." Despite Kazuya transforming into a devil, which is the devil gene. Like Heihachi's late wife, Heihachi was able to exploit an internal moral conflict within Kazuya and defeat him. To ensure his son truly died, Heihachi took a helicopter to a volcano. This is where the volcano is dropping.
Yep.
And rolled his son's body into the active crater.
Mm-hmm.
Because why not?
Yep.
Li Chaolan, who had sided with Kazuya and worked for him at the Saibatsu, was banished by Heihachi, obviously. Li fled from Japan and would not return for 21 years. This is the first appearance of the volcano.
Yes.
I can't.
The second one. The second one shows up in Tekken 7.
Okay, so this man not only tossed his son when he was 5 years old off a cliff to get to climb back up again. He also tossed his now 5-year-old kid, grown all up, into a fucking active volcano. Having dealt with
Yep.
his son's treachery, Heihachi, now the head of Saibatsu, once more founded his own
Can we,
private army, the Tekken Force.
can we take a moment? Because this is the end. We went through Tekken 2 very quickly because
Okay,
it's not that important. But there are a few things that I want to mention while we're in Tekken 2,
yeah.
right?
We're
So
probably gonna mention it a bunch of times when we go through Kazuya and Jin too. No, maybe
well,
not
I
Jin.
like no, not with Jin. I
No.
don't want to like repeat things when we get when we get to Kazuya. I don't want to repeat things, but like while we're talking about them, I do want to.
Yeah.
Um.
Get some other story aspect in.
So before Heihachi wins, and Kazuya is the leader of the Saibatsu. He experiments on a whole bunch of animals, like I mentioned, like a paragraph before.
Yeah.
And that this includes this is where Dr. Boskanovich comes in, where he
Oh shit.
builds where he makes Roger, and he makes the Velociraptor known as Alex. Those will not be important later, but they will be funny later.
Okay. I've shown the pictures.
Oh boy. Not important. Dr. Boskanovich also makes the Jack robots. So the
Where's
WWWC.
Jax?
I don't know. So the
There it is.
WWWC, it's a wildlife protection agency in the Tekken universe, which a very important person is a part of.
And
June
who?
Kazama.
Jin?
June, yes.
And this will
This is in.
be Kazuya's wife, which we have not gotten to at all.
I don't know if they're ever married.
No,
Because with
I like. Hold on. I think she is technically alive. But she leaves him. Let's see. Family. June. His. Maybe they're not married. It only says his son's mother.
no, because no, like, because when I was watching the video, it said that during the okay, so June is a wildlife protection agency person.
Mm-hmm.
And because Kazuya has been doing these terrible things with the kangaroos and the velociraptors and the whatevers, she's just like, nope, don't like that. Nuh-uh. But then she found him and she was like, ooh, he kinda got that devil in him, you know? Kinda got that dog in him.
Hey,
So she falls.
what I
Yes.
didn't ask, and we're not gonna brush over this. Why is it just random velociraptors in this?
Good story. Great question. So Dr. Boskanovich was looking at some fossils and he was like, I could bring that back to life. And you would think that bringing back velociraptors would be a thing that'll like make him famous and rich. Nope, no one cares about the fact that he got brought velociraptors back.
Oh
The
my god.
important part about the velociraptors is that he put boxing gloves on them and they know how to fight. That's the important part. And knowing him
Poor
that good.
man! He just did the biggest discovery of like bringing back dinosaurs and nobody fucking cares. And then he put punching gloves on them and they're like, yes!
Exactly. uh so yeah, during the tournament, June is like the Kasama family, Kasama,
Kasama.
the Kasama
Kasama.
the family Kasama can just feel energy, and because Kazuya has the devil gene, she could sense the devil gene inside of him. So she's like, "There's something wrong with Kazuya, but right now I just want to sleep with him." So during the tournament, she sleeps with him. This is obviously before he got thrown into the volcano.
Yep.
Uh, yeah. Important fights in Tekken 2, the game. Paul beats Kuma again.
He has some
They
beef
really did
with
my boy
Kuma
dirty.
for no particular reason.
No, no. Paul is just a good fighter. Kuma has beef with Paul. Paul doesn't care about Kuma at all. This is still the first Kuma,
Poor
by the way.
Kuma!
Hey, Hachi beats Lee in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And he kicks him out right then and there.
Yeah.
He's just like, I don't give a shit about you. I won this fight. You're not a part of the family.
And Lee, being very
Uh,
smart, he runs off from and like leaves Japan.
this is where Michelle fights Ganryu, like I had mentioned before,
Mm-hmm.
where Ganryu tells Kazuya to set him up with Michelle, and obviously she says no. Um, Nina and Anna fight in this game.
Obviously.
That's not important. That's not important because immediately after they both go into cryosleep for 18 years.
Why do they do that?
It doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
I don't know the answer to this. Um, I think it's because I think it's because um Nina, no, Anna was really hurt, so they put her into cryo sleep to like make sure she like gets better.
Okay.
And Nina, being the good sister that she is like, I don't want to live in a world without Anna in it. So she also gets put into cryo sleep. She goes up to Kazuya and she's like, "Do you know
Oh
that thing
my
that you did to
god,
my sister?"
I just read why Nina is in there. No,
Why is that?
it's in this paragraph that I started. And I was like, I'm just
Okay.
seeing cryosleep machines now. What does it say? And
Yeah, technically that happens during the tournament, but that would like fall under something that happens after the tournament.
Mm.
Heihachi defeats Kazuya, as you mentioned. Um, the important part about this fight, the Heihachi versus Kazuya fight, is that no one saw it. Um, this will become important later.
Yeah.
Um, and then Heihachi then also beats Devil Kazuya, and this is when he gets thrown off the volcano, and he lands on some rocks, and the volcano blows up. But Kazuya is fine. He is rescued. I'm sure you'll read this in a little bit. He is rescued by the G Corporation. Yeah, at some point during the tournament, Kazuya and June smash and get her pregnant.
Yeah.
Heihachi throws Kazuya into the active volcano. Kazuya deaths one.
That's
Uh, and then there's an 18-year time skip,
yeah.
which is where you can continue.
Okay, likely at a similar time, he also found the Mishima Polytechnical School, which massacred as a masqueraded, not massacred, masqueraded as a high school polytechnical college, but doubled as a secret Tekken Force training facility. During the second tournament, Kazuya had imprisoned Nina Williams, who had attempted to assassinate him. Okay, this is where it comes. When Heihachi took over the Saibatsu, Nina was frozen in experimental cryosleep machines, okay? Heihachi kept her in this machine and had her eggs harvested from her for use in a super soldier program.
Yep. Uh-huh.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is where Steve comes in.
Steve!
Steve is one of those eggs.
No!
He is. He is.
Not Steve! Do I have
Yeah,
pictures
Steve.
of him? Is it Steve Fox?
The boxing British boy.
Oh
Yes, I think
my
so.
god. Well, he does have the blonde hair, I mean.
He does have the blonde hair.
Okay. Hey Hachi, you're a fucked up man.
Yes.
The experiment claimed the lives of all the children involved, save one. And Heihachi had
Our boy
the
Steve.
is it's Steve. Yeah, it's Steve.
It's Steve.
Had the
It's Steve, our boy Steve.
and Heihachi had the experiment closed as a failure. Also, during this time, Heihachi worked on the Saibatsu's image and used Tekken Force to cultivate a benevolent image, sending them on humanitarian and peacekeeping
Humanitarian.
missions. Humanitarian.
There you go.
In actuality, Heihachi was hunting down a rumored source of a great power. A creature known only as Ogre.
Ogre.
Ogre. Possession of this creature's genetic material was rumored to extend life and increase power. Obviously, he wants that. Heihachi succeeded in finding this creature, but on awakening in its temple in Mexico, the entire Tekken Force
Shout out to
team
Mexico.
on the mission was wiped out, and the creature vanished. Some 16 years after, Heihachi overthrew Kazuya. A 15-year-old boy came before Heihachi, claiming to be the the son of Kazuya and Jun Kazuma.
Yes.
The
Give
boy,
me one moment.
Jin Kazuma.
Oh.
Yeah?
So the reason that Jin is here is because after Ogre was released, Ogre was going after strong fighters, and that also meant June. So Ogre kidnapped June, and
Do I
June's
not have
last
any?
words
Oh.
to
Is
June's last word to Jin was, "Your father is Heihachi. If if I'm ever in the world, if I'm not with you, you should go to Heihachi and he'll take care of you." That's all I wanted to say. So that's why June is here, or
Yeah.
Jin.
This is the ogre, by the way. For anyone wondering. The true or ogre. Because he has more. There's more ogres. Is it this ogre or is
There's
it another one?
there's there's two forms of ogre. There's regular ogre that is green, and
Yeah,
then
but what is
the
his
true
name?
ogre, which is his name is just ogre.
No.
That's just what they call
Ancient or ogre. There we have him. There it is. Yeah, no, it's very
the green
technical
one.
in this one.
Yep, that's him.
Heihachi. Okay. The boy Jin Kazuma drew Heihachi's interest when he claimed that his mother had been killed by a creature matching Ogre's description. At this time, Ogre seemed to be preying on the strongest martial artists, utilizing the boy's desire for revenge. Heihachi undertook to train him, intending to use the boy to lure Ogre out into the open once he was strong enough.
Oh, also,
Mm-hmm.
uh, this is the last time we see June until Tekken 8. By the way,
Yeah.
she gets taken by Ogre, and then she's gone for 5 games. Where is she?
Because why
I
not?
don't know that. I don't know that yet. We just thought she was dead forever.
Yeah. Heihachi trained Jin for 4 years, and the two seem to have had relatively amicable relationship during this time. Heihachi took Jin on business trips, including to South Korea, and trained him alongside a young girl, Ling Chaoyu, who had previously stowed away on a Mishima freighter, and impressed
Yep.
Heihachi into taking her on as his ward because she got thought by Wang. I think it's because she got like thought by Wang.
No, no, the wiki is right. Um, when I don't know why Xiao Yu was on his boat. All I know is that she was on it, and
She's just there.
she was just there. And Xiao Yu got caught, and all of the uh, Zaibatsu guards or whatever was trying to catch her, and and then she fought them all as a teenager. And Heihachi saw that and was just like, "I like you. I'm going to send you to school and give you Panda."
He just gives her Panda.
Yes,
Oh my
Heihachi
god.
just gives Xiao Yu Panda. At this point, I might add, the first Kuma is dead.
Uh,
This is between the 18-year time skip. The first
yeah.
Kuma is dead. So he gets another bear. Well, it is Kuma's son. Uh, and he also taught this bear to do the Mishima style karate.
Yeah.
And and so this is Kuma the second. That is all. That is my last statement, I think, for now.
When Jin was strong enough, Heihachi called a King of Iron Fist Tournament 3. Ogre appeared at the event and Jin succeeded in killing it. With Ogre's DNA secured and Jin no longer needed, Heihachi acted on a suspicion he had that his grandson may have a latent devil tendency. Like his father and grandmother. he preemptively shot Jin. Jin took the bullet to the head, and the near-fatal experience awakened his devil gene. Much the same way the cliff fall did Kazuya's, Heihachi was attacked by Devil Jin, who then flew off into the night. Like Batman!
Like Batman.
Over the next 2 years, Heihachi discovered that despite
Well,
having Ogre's DNA... What?
sorry, before we continue, this is the end of Tekken 3, and I want to get the rest of my notes out of the way.
Okay.
Okay, so the important parts. I've already gone through most of this when we were talking about Panda and Xiaoyu and Jin.
Yeah.
Um, so, in the fighting tournament, because they just kind of skip over that half the time, it eventually does not become important, but for now it's important. Paul beats Kuma the second again.
The second, too?
No, yeah. Paul fights Kuma the second and beats him for the first time. Yes.
I am just convinced that no matter what kind of bear in the world, they just hate Paul.
We'll get
For
there.
no particular reason.
Oh, I want to point out that Paul did really good in the second tournament. This is going to be important in a second.
Okay.
Because I said that that Paul did really good in the first tournament. Paul also did really good in the second tournament. Jin, who has a rivalry with Huao Rang. I don't exactly know how to pronounce that, but he's like the kickboxer or something.
Yeah,
Um,
I know who it is.
but Jin canonically wins the fight with Huao Rang that he has. And then they don't talk about a lot of the fights, which I think is dope, but fair. Paul kills Ogre.
Paul?
Like the first form of Ogre, the green one, ancient Ogre or whatever. Paul beats him.
Paul, my man.
Paul, he 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 takes third place in the first tournament, and he does really good in the second tournament, and then he kills Ogre, the first form,
That's
and
insane.
nobody believes him.
Oh my god, obviously, because it's just Paul.
It's just Paul. Technically, this is where Paul wins the tournament because the like because no other fights are happening after this in the tournament.
Mm.
Paul technically wins the tournament here, but he doesn't get anything for it. Um, and after he's dead, Jin comes in and kills True Ogre. For good, he like kills Ogre. And Heihachi is here because I mean you read that. Heihachi is here to see him kill True Ogre,
Yeah.
and this is where Heihachi shoots him in the head. Um, and transforms into Devil Jin. In the cutscene for when Heihachi shoots Jin and he transforms into Devil Jin, Heihachi gets thrown through a stone wall and down like 30 like stories down, and it gets ground pounded by Devil Jin. And like I know this is a story where they just survive everything. This is the second time I feel like he should have died here. So later when I say that he dies for the second time, it might be the third because I want to count this one as a time where he should have died.
Yeah.
That is all. Those are all of my notes for Tekken 3.
Okay. His own was incompatible with it, the ogre's DNA. Dr. Abel, he is actually very important.
He is important. I haven't even talked about him. Oh my goodness.
No, he only has like one paragraph, but Dr. Abel was a brilliant but mad scientist whose invents were often trumped by those of Dr. Boskanovich. As a result, he became a rival and enemy of both Dr. B and his creations. He destroyed Jack too, and attempted to destroy Gunjack and kill Jane. Who is Jane?
Who are these people? Who are these
Oh,
people? You
Jane
might
is
ask.
even important.
Great. Yes.
Okay, wait, let me finish his
Okay.
He attempted to destroy Gunjack and kill Jane, but he failed. He reanimated Brian Fury before Tekken 3 and then later worked for the Mishima Saibatsu as a scientific advisor before apparently being killed by Brian in Tekken 4. He is responsible for creating the Mishima Saibatsu orbital laser satellite and was
This is
also the
important.
leading mind behind a project which sought to combine human DNA with ogres, and later was also the project seeking to combine the devil gene with Julia Chang's genocell data in the devil human integration program in order to lengthen the life of Heihachi Mishima.
Okay. These are my side notes, so I forgot about them for a little bit.
Yeah.
So at the end of Tekken 2, Yoshimitsu and Dr. Boskanovich were in that tournament. They just didn't do anything important.
Yeah.
The important part of them being there is that Dr. Boskanovich gets taken by Yoshimitsu. Um, what I had so in Tekken 2, did I write that down? Or was it Tekken 3? It was in the first Tekken, adding more insult to injury to Ganryu. Yoshimitsu, beats Ganryu in that fight, and then takes all of his money.
My God.
So Ganryu is a giant punching bag. Uh, you'll find out that Yoshimitsu is a Robin Hood, that he'll just take money and then just give it to other people.
Okay.
Uh, at some point, bef- before or during or after, around Tekken 3, Dr. Boskanovich's daughter Alicia dies.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be important for another 2 games, but here we are. Um, so in like Brian is not important to the tournament at all, but I'm going to talk about no, I'm going to talk about Jack next. So Jack is a robot that has been built by Dr. Boskanovich, and they're just a bunch of like policemen. Well, not policemen. They're just guard robots, basically.
Yeah.
But one robot in particular was like, I want to feel emotions. So when this Jack robot was in a fighting, when like during like a gunfight or something, he had seen a little girl named Jane, and he rescues her. Uh, During Tekken 2 or Tekken 3, they're all like Jack is just trying to keep Jane safe, and then he gets shot by a laser. This is Dr. Abel's laser.
Yeah.
We will bring this laser back up in Tekken 7,
The space laser.
the space laser. No, this happened in Tekken 2 because then Jane grows up to be a robotics expert mostly, and she rebuilds Jack as Gunjack.
Mm.
And in his specific ending, Dr. Abel's laser gets shot down on Gunjack and Jane, and it was supposed to kill them. Uh, you have to beat Jack's story twice to get the good ending where he puts up a force field. In the original ending, they just get shot and die. Um, that's all I got for Jack. On to Brian.
We can wait with Brian because I'm gonna bring him up.
Well, he was in the tournament. Just really quickly,
Yeah.
2 sentences. He was in the tournament. No, he was a cop. He had died because if nobody liked him. He was shot, and then Dr. Abel brought him back as a cyborg. That's it.
Is he technically a cyborg?
They mention it specifically that he's a cyborg and he's not a robot.
Brian?
Brian.
But doesn't he only have like a reactor in
No, no. There's more.
him?
The reason that he is he is like 75% human, but he has a lot of robot parts inside of him that makes him a cyborg. So that's why he's like super fast. He's like super strong. He can take bullets without reacting at all.
Hmm.
But because Dr. Abel is a bad scientist,
He
um,
only reanimated him and Dr. Boskanovich did the rest.
yes,
Yeah.
uh, Brian was mad at Dr. Abel because he knew he was only going to have a short life. And then later, Boskanovich was like, I'm going to help you out. And he put the reactor in him.
That's why he killed Dr. Abel.
Yes. That happens in the
Tekken
Tekken
3.
4.
Tekken 4. I mean,
Yeah.
I was
So
very
yeah,
close.
you were very close. So yeah, Brian goes to Dr. Abel. He's like, I want you to make me live longer. And Dr. Abel's like, I can't do that. And so he punches him through a wall and he dies.
Yeah.
Rip Dr. Abel. No one cared about you. Except for your laser. We'll bring the laser back up more than you.
Okay, Dr. Abel speculated that if Heihachi had access to the genetic material of a human with the devil gene, then he may be able to synthesize a formula that was compatible with Heihachi. Intent on bringing his devil-human integration program to fruition. Heihachi launched a raid on a new biotech firm, G Corporation, who were rumored to have recovered Kazuya's remains from the volcano. How do you... Okay, I'm sorry, but he's tossed into an active volcano.
That is
How
correct.
over more, if probably a few years. Yeah, because
Yes.
his kid is in the tournament.
Yes.
How is this
How
man's
how
body
does
not gone?
Okay, so they don't say ever. It just
Uh,
says that the G Corporation found his body in the volcano. Not like I don't it's like we don't know if they found his body or if Heihachi was like I killed Kazuya. Um but they did find his body and they were like we can't let him die, so they brought him back to life.
I don't understand. He's been laying there for God knows how
It
many
doesn't have
years.
it I could see it. I could see him being fine if they, because this is a big time skip. This is 18 years.
Yeah.
So like if they found Kazuya's body early enough, I could see them being like mostly fine and had a lot of time to recover.
Mm.
But also he's got the devil gene, so maybe his body is just like different. So
Okay.
I don't know.
No. Although successful in stealing genocell research, the team retrieving Kazuya's remains were confronted by Kazuya himself, who had been brought back from the brink of death by G Corporation. I'm sorry, but you can't be on the brink of death for 18 fucking years in an active volcano, but sure, here we are, Tekken.
Or do we know what family? Where Jinpachi literally lived under a temple for at least
I
15 years before he.
understand that, but I was living beneath a fucking temple, not inside an active volcano in the lava. But yeah,
There.
no, we're apparently not ever gonna.
Skipping over it.
They're not gonna explain it, so why even ask? In order to secure genetic material from devil gene carrying human, Heihachi announced the King of Iron Fist tournament number 4 in order to lure out Kazuya and Jin. So, you know what would make my family come together, or me getting the people that I want, like the ogre and people with like devil gene. Ah, another fighting tournament, obviously.
Okay, no, hold on. I got my time wrong. This is before Tekken 4. The time skip between Tekken 4 and Tekken 3 was 2 years. So there's only a 2 year time difference between when he was thrown into a cliff or thrown into a. No, I'm stupid. It is 18 years. What is he doing alive?
I know, right? That's what I'm saying, bruh. That's why I'm asking this, and I can't understand. Like, I understand he
No,
has the
it's
fucking devil
worse.
gene, but he got
No, it's worse.
killed.
It's more than 20 years.
Okay. They're not gonna explain it, so why even bother thinking and pondering over it? I know.
Yeah, Kazuya wasn't in Tekken 3 at all.
No.
I didn't know that. Well, I did know that, but like I'm like relearning as I'm rereading my notes.
Yeah. Okay, both Kazuya and Jin attended the tournament, obviously, because family reunions happen in tournaments in this game. But Heihachi interrupted the competition and kidnapped Jin before the semi-finals. After defeating Kazuya in the finals, Heihachi brought him to Hanmaru. Here we have the family temple back again, where Jin was being held captive like his great grandfather, apparently. On meeting his
Was that
son
the,
for the first time, Kazuya was possessed by his devil, which then informed Heihachi that when Kazuya had been thrown into the volcano, ooh, devil had been split in two, with half of it seeking out Kazuya's unborn son. Devil rendered Heihachi unconscious, then proceeded to try and extract its other half from Jin. It was unsuccessful, and when Heihachi awoke, Kazuya was unconscious and a semi-transformed Jin stood before him. Jin defeated Heihachi too and drew back his fist to kill him. He spared him at the last moment, however, and again flew off. Moments later, a battalion of jack robots had arrived, and Heihachi and Kazuya were forced to fight together in order to fend off the attack. When he saw the opportunity, Kazuya pushed Heihachi into the robots and flew off. Now able to control his devil at will, the robots detonated, blowing up the temple with Heihachi inside, and unleashed the sealed demonically animated body of Jinpachi Mishima from beneath.
okay, so that's the end of Tekken 4. You've already went through most of my notes that I was going to talk about, so that's
Okay,
good.
nice.
In between, okay, so during the last tournament, during Tekken 3, the King of the Iron Fist Tournament 3, Lee was kicked out of the Mishima Zaibatsu. In the
Yeah,
meantime, he started his own company called Systemworks, which makes robots.
that's why
That's just
he's
a little.
filthy rich.
That's why he's filthy rich.
Yeah,
I
okay,
just want
makes
like
sense.
we needed a little bit more Lee in here.
I miss
Um,
Lee.
After losing to Paul during the last tournament, Kuma took it upon himself that he'd had it too soft in the rich
And this
lifestyle that he
is
led.
Kuma number 2.
This is Kuma too, and he was just like, I have it too easy with the Mishimas. I need to go out into the wilderness and get my bear back. And so he trained in the wilderness for a while.
Yep.
These Paul beat Steve. That fight is not important at all. It happens. King defeats Marduk, which is an MMA fighter. And because this is King, I have a little side story.
King 1 or 2?
King 1. No, this is King 2. Um, we're on Tekken 4. Okay. Oh yeah, during Tekken 2, really quickly, during Tekken 2, or before Tekken 2, King 1 becomes a drunk and joins the tournament to get money for his orphanage. He doesn't do anything in the tournament, but he's there.
He makes orphans.
Before the before the King of the Iron Fist tournament 3, Ogre finds King and kills him. King 1.
King 1.
King 1 is officially dead at this point in Tekken 3.
Rest in peace, King.
Rest in peace, King. And so comes in a new king, who is the second king, one of the orphans that he helped raise. But he wanted to carry on the legacy for King 1. So he's going to name himself King, but we're going to call him King 2. Who taught King 2 to fight in the ways of the wrestler? Armored King, of course.
Armor 1
Duh.
or 2?
Armored King 1.
It's very important, okay?
It is very important. This is why it's important. Marduk, before the events of Tekken 4, kills Iron King, Armor King 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so their fight is very important to King 2. He's like, I need to get revenge on my mentor, but also my mentor's, his best friend.
Yeah.
So he gets revenge by defeating Marduk in the tournament. And King is like, I am not okay with him just like getting away with it. My revenge has not been thirsted. So he goes into the hospital and he goes to kill Marduk.
In the hospital?
In the hospital.
My man, you're out for blood.
King
So
2
cold-blooded.
goes to Marduk's hospital room and goes to kill him. But then he sees a picture of Marduk's family, and he's like, if I kill Marduk, I'll be the same as him because I killed someone who I had problems with. So he leaves the hospital room and
Okay,
he's like, I'm not
nice.
going to kill you.
You didn't kill him. Okay, nice.
He didn't kill him.
Just
But
because of family pictures.
yes.
Remember to keep your family pictures with you in the hospital so you don't get killed.
It gets worse.
Okay.
But we'll get there in Tekken 5.
Okay.
I love King's story, by the way. It's very Spanish soap opera. I fucking love it. So Kuma 2 beats Steve. Another fight that's not important.
Yeah.
Kazuya beats his adoptive brother-in-law, Lee, of
Yeah.
Violet Systems. And this is where Jin and Kazuya were supposed to fight, but like you read before,
Jin got kidnapped.
Jin got kidnapped and drugged by Heihachi.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't able to fight, so technically Kazuya won because Jin couldn't. And then Heihachi and Kazuya fight. And Heihachi wins. Um sorry. Um so Heihachi wins the fight against Kazuya. And after the fight, he takes Kazuya to Jin to be
Yeah.
like, this is where your son is. And then you mentioned before, like, the devil is split into two people. One is inside Kazuya, one is inside Jin. And they both have the ability to control the devil gene because they both have half of the thing. If it was the whole devil gene, then they couldn't control it. But now that it's been
Yeah.
split into two, they can control it. So Jin kicks their asses, both of them. Kazuya and Heihachi. He kicks both of their asses. It's a good fun time. And then, the robots happen. Heihachi and Kazuya fight together. Explosions. Uh, Jin flies off. Kazuya flies off. Heihachi flies off.
In an explosion.
In the explosion, mentioned this already, he flies across the forest into a grave where he sits for 2 months. Thank you
Thank
for
you
the
for
alert,
lyric.
Zerg.
Yep.
I, if I was writing this,
Take that, depression!
on
Thank you.
a computer, I'd be like bold and like all caps.
Yeah.
For 2 months. For 2 months, this man was in whatever.
I mean, he has it from his dad being
I know.
starved at the bottom of a fucking family temple
For
for
48 years.
48 years, my man.
48 years.
And also Kazuya being in an active volcano, dead,
For
not
2 years.
whistling, not
Well,
melting away.
less
For
than 2 years.
no,
No, yeah, it was 20 years. Yeah, sorry.
for
I'm going
20
back to that.
years. You
20
should
years.
be gone in the lava then. But no, apparently not. This family. This
And
family.
the way that I wrote this down for chat, because I've explained to you before we started, in my notes, it says after the explosion, Jinpachi comes back to life because of the demon inside of him,
Yeah, and
not the devil gene specifically.
unleashed the sealed demonically animated body of Jinbachi Mishima from beneath. That's what happens when the whole explosions with all the jacks exploding Heihachi,
Yeah.
making him fly off at the speed of light.
In my notes, it says specifically he was dead and carrying a boulder for checks notes because this is when I was doing math. I was
Okay.
like 48 years. This man was down there for 48 years.
48 years! Okay. Do we
So
continue?
Heihachi is dead, and Jinpachi is alive, and
Yeah.
Jinpachi takes over the Mishima Zaibatsu. And he knows that he is being taken over by this demon.
Yeah.
So he starts the King of Iron Fist Tournament 5 to find people who are strong enough to kill him.
Yeah, okay. That's where I go in because it says something about Tournament 5. Or it mentioned
Yes,
it.
it is.
Heihachi was blown several miles by the explosion and he awoke. He found himself in the middle of a forest. That's what it all says here.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the verge of death for several weeks and had no recollection of anything that happened during this time. When he came to, the King of Fire and Iron Fist Tournament 5 had occurred in his absence, and a victor had emerged to claim the Mishima Saibatsu, Jin Kazuma. Heihachi was furious when he heard this. Heihachi gathered power on the Mishima estate with a small number of Tekken 4s who had remained loyal to him. So he has a few people who is actually loyal to him. That's good, I guess.
Heihachi.
Yep. It became
Oh
apparent
yeah,
that Jin had begun waging global warfare with the Saibatsu. Heihachi was spying on his grandson at this time and started keeping tabs on a rogue Tekken Force captain who had seceded and taken half of the Tekken Force with him. The rogue captain came to Heihachi for
Lars.
information, and after falling to win the captain over to his side, the man recovered from the amnesia and declared himself Heihachi's illegitimate son, Lars Alex Sanderson.
These are boys Lars.
Uninterested in family relations, Lars shot Heihachi, though Heihachi caught the bullet between his teeth and laughed
Jesus
at
Christ.
Lars' attempt. This man does not have the devil gene.
There's nothing special about this man. He is just old and he knows how to fight.
Heihachi? This man
Yeah.
is supposed to be just a regular old man. Like a regular old grandpa. Just casually catching bullet between his teeth. I mean, sure.
Okay. Also, Heihachi isn't in Tekken 5, so we skipped a lot of what happened in Tekken 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go over that really quickly.
Yep.
Because this is where Jinpachi is the final bad guy. So, like I had mentioned way earlier, Jin fights Wang Jinrei and wins. So Wang Jinrei never gets to beat Jinpachi.
Yeah.
King 2 fights Marduk again and wins again. Um,
Is Paul fighting another Kuma?
I'll get there.
Paul, just
Um,
stop.
so we're back at King. This is gonna be a little short. Um, so before the fight, before the tournament, Marduk wants to get revenge on King 2 for beating him in the last tournament. So he uses because he had killed Armored King before,
Mm-hmm.
he uses his mask to get King to fight him in the tournament. Um which is low blow, man. You're really gonna use his mentor's mask to fucking get him to fight you? Well, it
Yeah.
works. He fights him in the tournament and he loses. And then afterwards, King 2 and Marduk become friends because Marduk is like, I'm not gonna beat this guy. We're just gonna be good tag team partners. And they do. They become friends. Um I think I took really bad notes here. This is where Marduk dies, I think. Because he is killed by Armor King 2, Armor King 1's brother.
Oh my god.
That's the last we'll hear of King for a while. Let's see here. King 2 fights Marduk. Nina wins the fight against Anna. Paul fights Kuma 2. And
Yup.
Kuma wins, technically. Kuma
Technically.
wins. No. Hold on. I think Kuma wins in the next one. Paul wins this fight, but he immediately drops out because he has too many injuries when he fought Kuma.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So this man who has done great in all of these tournaments just drops out after the first one.
I feel like Paul he hasn't seen any other fighters or fighting style than Kuma, and probably barely remembers the ogre's fighting style.
But also, he did fight Kazuma in the first game.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because then Kuma wasn't a thing.
no, he fought Kuma before he fought Jin or Kazuma.
Kazuya.
Kazuya, sorry. Kasumi, sorry.
What?
No, I'm kidding. No, yeah, Paul fights Kuma first, and then he fights Kazuya, and he loses to Kazuya
Okay.
in the first game. Uh, this is where Yoshimitsu fights Brian,
Right.
and Brian runs away. Eventually, Yoshimitsu tracks him down again, and he'll take him to Dr. Boskanovich. Uh, is that in the next game? No, I think that happens here. Yoshimitsu captures Brian and takes him to Dr. Boskanovich, and he gives him the reactor inside of him to have Brian live longer.
Mm-hmm.
And how does this man repay him? By destroying everything he's ever worked
Oh
on
my
ever.
god.
And this is where he dies. This is the last time we see Dr. Boskanovich.
I miss him.
So he could be dead. He could Dr. Boskanovich could be dead here, but we don't know.
Yeah.
Nothing is ever said about whether he's alive or dead. Let me see. This is where Asuka and Lily get introduced. Asuka being the niece of June and cousins with Jin. She fights Lily, and they start a rivalry, and that is everything that going on with them. That is everything that's going on with them.
Okay.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
Yes. Are you just like saying okay or
No, I have one last paragraph in his biography. I don't know.
can I get through? Like I'm almost
Yeah,
done
yeah, yeah.
with the Tekken 5. Uh, the Jin's rival Hua Rang. They fight again in Tekken 5. And Hua Rang actually does beat Jin. But then after he's defeated, Devil Jin comes out and defeats Hua Rang. And so by
Yeah.
like technicality, Jin wins this fight. And then Jin later fights Jinpachi.
Yeah.
And Jinpachi, yeah, he fights Jinpachi, sorry. Which makes him the winner of the tournament, and Jin is now the leader of the Mishima Zaibatsu. And then he starts World War III. And no, I'm not kidding.
Does Jinpachi die here?
Jinpachi does die here.
Okay, nice. He got what he wanted.
Yeah. He like stabs him through the chest and he dies. He dies.
Nice.
Yeah. Jin gets the Mishima Zaibatsu, and then he starts World War III.
Obviously.
Obviously, that's what you do.
Yeah.
He has been such a good boy because he was raised by June and not by the Mishimas.
Yeah. Like, Jun didn't
Then
even
he's like
wanna let him, like, be corrupted like that. And then he came out he came
yeah.
out, and I'm like, what the fuck happened?
He is a good boy until he got power, and then he started World War III.
Yep. As any
Like you
guy
do.
do.
Like you do. Yep.
Did you have more?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Jin fell in battle to a creature his warfare had awoken in the Middle Eastern desert. In his absence, Heihachi took back over the Saibatsu, coerced Nina Williams into working for him, and began repairing the Saibatsu's shattered image. He continued Jin's warfare, however, both against G Corporation and more subtly in other countries where he claimed he was occupying them for their own safety. He utilized the information network of an ancient secret society and began hunting for information on Jin. When Lars succeeded in capturing Jin before him, Heihachi relented on this front and instead of focus on waging media warfare against Kazuya, Heihachi exposed Kazuya's devil form to the world and then dictated his own version of the past to a journalist in order to solidify his legacy. I want to know who this journalist is.
He
He is
is the
actually,
narrator of.
yeah, he is actually very important. There he is.
Yeah, he's the narrator for most of 6 and 7, I think.
Yep.
Or is
Okay.
it all of 6? Is it just 6?
I think most of it.
This is where I have my notes on the baldness.
Okay, so the journalist is a Caucasian man with short brown hair, a stubble beard, a mustache, and glasses, as you can see in the picture. His full face and eyes are never shown, with all shots of him being angled away or cast in a heavy light of shadow. He usually wears an informal suit with an unbuttoned shirt, sometimes with a vest and jacket. During this time as a war correspondent, he can be seen in an armored vest with press written on the back of the helmet. So he's important to he's the one who found out about the baldness, you said?
No. Dr. Boskanovich is the one that looked into the baldness.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he has something on a lot of people, I see.
Yeah, he is a journalist.
Okay. After the destruction of his home, the journalist begins his research on the Mishimas whilst living in a small hotel room. Seeking to know the answers behind the prolonged conflict, the journalist begins by learning about the Saibatsu's origins as an armaments manufacturer under Jinpachi Mishima, and the company's more peaceful route taken after World War II. He learned about Heihachi Mishima's coup to take the company from his father, and that in the same year Heihachi killed his wife Kazumi Mishima. And threw his young son Kazuya Mishima off a cliff. The journalist is later approached by Lee Chaolan, who tells him more about the Mishima family and introduces him to Lars Alexanderson. How did he find out about Kazuya getting thrown off a cliff?
Oh, that's an easy one. Heihachi told him.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. Hey, Hachi, I
So
don't understand him.
he wanted to make sure his story was told, so he's told this reporter literally everything.
Yeah,
I
hello,
have a few
yes.
notes here. Hello, yes. I have a few notes here about everything that's going on during World War III.
Yeah, I don't think we're there
most-
yet, though.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I just really want to talk about Lucky Chloe for a second.
Lucky Chloe is in World War III?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yup.
What the fuck? Okay, let me finish the journalist and we'll take that and then
Yes.
finish Heihachi. On
Yes.
seeing Jin's recovered body at the Violet Systems facility, the journalist considered killing him, but is prevented from doing so by Lars, Lars tells him that although he understands his reasons, he needs Jin to live so that he can stop the war he started. The journalist is with Lars Lee and Alicia Boskanovich when the Mishima Saibatsu broadcasts footage of Kazuya in his devil form. An orbital satellite then destroys G Corporation's Millennium Tower. And at some point afterwards, Kazuya shoots down the satellite in retaliation. An unknown source claims that Mishima Saibutsu are responsible for their own satellite falling out of orbit, and the subsequent destruction as it falls to Earth turns public opinion against the Saibatsu. Unconvinced by G Corporation's now good reputation, the journalist goes to the Mishima Saibatsu and tries to blackmail them into setting up a meeting with Heihachi Mishima for him. He is initially turned away, but later is escorted to meet Heihachi. In a secret location, Heihachi grants the journalist an interview, filling in the gaps of the Mishima family history. Heihachi reveals his wife Kazumi possessed the devil Jin that Kazuya and Jin now have, and that he killed her after she attacked him in the family dojo. After telling the journalist his story, Heihachi reveals that he knows the journalist is working with Lars and his rebel army Yggdrasil. He orders Tekken Force to get rid of him. The journalist, as one last request, as he is dragged away, he asked Heihachi what the war means to him. Heihachi ignores the questions, and a Tekken Force soldier knocks the journalist out. The journalist is awoken by Lars, who has been calling Heihachi to pick him up. The journalist returns to Violet Systems and watches via a spy satellite alongside Lars, Alicia, and Lee as the final battle between Heihachi and his son Kazuya Mishima takes place at the volcanic pit. The journalist is last seen typing about the confrontation between both father and son and the current state of the humanity's war against the evil unidentified life form that resembles Devil Kazuya. He turns off the lamp once he's done typing his report. He hopes that the information will be able to reveal the truth though at a more peaceful time. Okay, give me the World War III Lucky Chloe.
Okay, so I guess, well, I mean, it makes sense to just kind of skip over this part, but this is where Tekken 6 and
shit.
7, both, like, your last, like, 10 minutes is both where Tekken 6 and 7 takes place.
I'm trying to find that thing again.
Because Heihachi really is not important to the fighting, because there's not really a tournament that is going on. So Heihachi really isn't doing anything. You actually have, right? That makes sense. So during World War III, it is mostly the Mishima Zaibatsu fighting against the G Corporation. The Mishima Zaibatsu is obviously being controlled by Heihachi, and the G Corporation is being led by Kazuya. And this in this whole scenario, the G Corporation are the good guys, because they don't have like this long history of like war and weapons and all this stuff. So the G Corporation tries to get their image to be good by hiring idols and singers, specifically Lucky Chloe. That is how Lucky Chloe is involved in this. So Lucky Chloe, in some way, is the reason why the G Corporation is the good guys, and why the Mishima Zaibatsu is the bad guys. This is where Lars takes half of his soldiers and forms Yggdrasil. This is the not important note about the balding thing.
The
Lars
balding.
goes looking for Lars goes looking for Heihachi for some reason, and then he finds out that he is the son, illegitimate. Lars tries to kill Heihachi for abandoning his mother. That's Lars' reason for trying to find Heihachi.
Yeah.
Oh, and also Alicia is here. Just cause. No, no. Let me rewind. Let me actually read my notes. During when Lars was in the Zaibatsu, they had found this pod that had Alicia in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so Alicia, for those of you who remember, is Dr. Boskanovich's daughter, made into a robot. Super fighting robot. Boskanovich. Um, so uh Alicia and Lars fight for a good majority of this World War III shenanigans with the Zaibatsu and the G Corporation. When Heihachi, no, I we had you did this Tekken lore is weird because this is where Azazel comes in,
I know I
which is the
haven't even
origin of the.
mentioned the Cecil. When did I read about Cecil last time? Was it in
I don't know
Kazuya?
because it might have been in Kazuya's thing.
Yeah.
Uh, because at some point no, Kazuya and Lars fight, and Lars is with Alicia, so they have a good chance of winning until Kazuya says a passcode to Alicia and turns her against Lars because Alicia was originally supposed to be a bodyguard for Kazuya. No, for Jen. Sorry, this happened for Jen.
Yeah. Which
Not
makes
for Kazuya.
sense. Which actually makes sense for Blood Vengeance movie, where he
Yeah,
just can like turn her on and off. And not in that way, but in a robot way.
yeah, in a robot way, in like a light switch.
Yeah,
Um,
in a computer way, you know.
so Lars finds the origin of the devil gene, which is Azazel, and kills him. That's it.
It was in Kasumi that I read about they say so. I remember now.
Oh, uh, Azazel. Oh, so this is where Jin is sort of the good guy for starting World War Three.
Can you be the good
So
guy for starting World War III though? I don't think so.
no, but this is where he's like kind of a morally gray person for starting World
Okay.
War Three
Okay.
because Azazel is supposed to be a demon that's supposed to destroy the world. But in order for him to be like brought back into the world, there has to be enough human suffering
Oh my god.
to come back. So Jin, who knows about this, starts World War Three, kills everybody, just starts murking people for no reason, just to get the threshold higher, so Azazel could be born sooner, so someone with the devil gene can kill Azazel.
Oh my god.
So he gets resurrected. Lars fights him and like sort of wins, but Jin comes up and finishes Azazel because he has the devil gene,
Yeah.
and that's why Azazel, and that's how Azazel dies. At this point, Alicia, the robot, is broken. So just to give our boys Lee a few more, like a little bit more screen time, Lars gives Alicia to Lee to bring her back to normal.
Yeah.
So Jin goes missing, so Heihachi takes control over the Zaibatsu for the third time now. And this is where Akuma from Street Fighter gets brought up.
Oh,
Because this is where Akuma gets brought up in Tekken 7.
okay.
When
What's his deal?
his deal is that he was told how much farther is this? 48 50 years ago.
Oh,
50 years ago, uh Kazumi uh told Akuma that he needs to kill Heihachi and Kazuya 50 years ago.
it took him
She
50
told him
years to show up.
50 years ago
Heihachi has
ish.
been around the world during that time. He. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yes.
I
And
don't understand.
so have we gone to Heihachi's death yet? No, we have. We've gone to the space laser. It, has Heihachi been thrown into the volcano?
He then challenged Kazuya to fight in the mouth of a volcano despite exhausting Kazuya's devil. Heihachi ultimately fell to Kazuya. Kazuya took his body to the crater rim and threw Heihachi into the magma within, reciting the words Heihachi had taught him to live by as he did. All that matters is who's left standing, nothing else. There you go.
Yes. I don't know why Akuma wasn't brought up into this topic before,
Don't know.
but Akuma is pretty important to the story
Okay.
because he was here for all of that.
It was there.
Um, so before this happened, I don't know why it's not brought up because it specifically said that Akuma fights Heihachi and kills him. This is the third time that he's dead.
Akuma kills him in the volcano.
No, the Akuma finds Heihachi in like a temple or something, and Akuma is like, Kasumi told me to kill you 50 years ago. I was waiting for you and your son to get strong enough to fight me.
If you're gonna kill someone because they're evil, why are you waiting 50 years for them to get stronger so they will
I don't
maybe
know.
kill you?
I'm thinking it's because it's Akuma and like he just wants to fight strong opponents.
Could
Um,
be.
but yeah, specifically, Akuma kills Heihachi with his like special move from Street Fighter, like 1,000 deaths or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and he kills him specifically and buries him. This
Is
is
this
the third time
after or
Heihachi.
before the volcano rim?
This is before the volcano, because Akuma kills quote unquote Heihachi, and then later goes to find Kazuya. And Kazuya is in his tower, the G Corporation tower.
Mm.
So Akuma and Kazuya are both in this tower. And Heihachi, who is not dead but was buried and was supposed to die, uses Dr. Abel's space laser to kill Kazuya and Akuma. This is the last time we hear of Akuma, obviously because he's the crossover character. And we don't know if he's dead, but he doesn't show up for the rest of the story. So he's pretty much dead. But the laser kills Akuma and does not kill Kazuya. This is the important part.
Yeah.
So at this point, everyone hates Kazuya because they see him as a devil because of what Heihachi had done. Kazuya then shoots his devil laser into space and shoots down Dr. Abel's space laser. and makes it land on like a very populated city.
Oh my
And so
god.
now the entire world forgets that Kazuya is a devil and just think that Heihachi is the reason why the satellite flew into the city. So everyone fucking hates Heihachi now.
As they should.
Uh, well, they should, but like at this point, Heihachi hasn't done anything to the public. Like they don't know about him throwing his kid off of a cliff or into a volcano. Like they don't know any of this. Like in the eyes of the general public, Heihachi is just a good guy.
So his story didn't get published about Devil Kazuya.
Not yet. Not yet. Well, no, the everyone knows that Kazuya is a devil. They just forget about it.
Oh my god.
Like the way that I think is like, yeah, Kazuya might be a devil, but like he didn't kill that many people.
True
And
though.
obviously because they did blame Heihachi for the satellite. So in the eyes of the public, Heihachi was a good dude, is now an asshole. Kazuya was a good guy, is a devil, didn't do as many bad things as Heihachi.
No, this whole family is
And this is where
just hate this whole family. That's the easiest.
yes, correct statement. Um, this is where Heihachi challenges Kazuya for the final time, and this
Mm-hmm.
is where he gets beaten by the volcano. Um, and he gets thrown into a volcano. So this is the fourth and final time Heihachi should have died. Um, but we're not sure. We'll need to wait for Tekken 9 to see if that stays. Uh, fifth, if you count him fighting Devil Jin, and he would have. I count that as Heihachi's fifth and final death. Uh, because I want so badly for Devil Jin to have killed him in like Tekken 3.
Yeah.
That is all. Those are all of my notes.
The worst of it is they do not bring up any of the movies, which
Nope.
Heihachi has died in even 4 times. And Kazuya.
Yup.
Also, I just like to see what these three guys actually dislikes because it's very funny. What Heihachi dislikes is weak people, people who interfere with his plans, explosions, which is actually understandable after dying from an explosion. Almost. Technically not dead, but also he
Almost.
should have died. Jax, which is also understandable because it was the explosions. His wife's devil form, but not his wife. He likes his wife, but just not her devil form. His father, his son, his adoptive son, his illegitimate son, his grandson, Akuma, and the Manji clan. He just hates his whole fucking family.
Wait, he hates Akuma?
Yeah, he dislikes Akuma.
Bruh. I guess Akuma is, in his words, a weak person. How dare they do my boy dirty like that?
uh, what he likes though, his deceased wife, Kuma 1 and 2. He likes Ling Chaoyu, Panda, World Conquest, air
World Conquest?
quotation, world peace, it says. In air quotation, world peace. Ultimate power, and proclaiming to be invincible. I love that it says proclaiming and not actually to be invincible. So funny. Is it something on
Oh yeah.
Kazuya we have not mentioned on him? Oh my god. Dislikes his father, his son's devil form, his adoptive younger brother, his half-brother, and he dislikes volcanoes. Which is understandable. He laid in it for 20 fucking years.
Yup.
Shit, yeah, his mother. We haven't talked about them. I feel like a Jin we can talk about, but Kazuya and Heihachi kind of blends together because they have so much story
Yup.
together. So
Yup.
doing Heihachi, we have kind of done Kazuya too. But we need to do his mother and June, and then Jin at least, and Reina to get the family. But
To get the
also,
family.
one thing that I actually want to mention to you, which is hilarious, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull him up. It's so funny. Because I saw this and I was like, ah, no, that's his sister. Okay, so we all know Miguel, right? Why is it black? Miguel, right?
Yes. Yes.
He's a cool dude. Uh,
He's pretty cool.
Okay, Miguel was born to a conservative Spanish family. Growing up, his wild, unruly nature put him at odds with his family's expectations, to the extent that Miguel left home aged 15 to live at a bar owned by an acquaintance. The only person that he stayed in contact with was his younger sister, who continued to meet with him despite the circumstances. We stand his younger sister. Miguel loved his sister unconditionally, though his adoration and protective impulses went to extremes. For example, when she told him she was engaged to be married, Miguel considered killing her fiance. Miguel
Damn.
was unable to attend his sister's wedding ceremony due to his friction between him and the rest of their family, obviously. He watched from outside the church instead. During the wedding, Mishima Saibatsu planes passed by on a bombing run, destroyed the church. Miguel rushed into the ruined building, but his sister was already dead when he found her. Overcome with grief and anger, Miguel swore vengeance on the Mishima Saibatsu leader, Jin Kazama. Around the time that the King of Iron Fist Tournament 6 was taking place, Miguel was a part of a resistant movement opposing the Mishima Saibatsu. Okay. So he had to leave his family because it was not going good. His only person was his younger sister. Okay?
Yeah.
And she died. This is where the fun comes in, okay?
Oh, this is where the fun begins.
This is something I uncovered and I was like, what the fuck, Tekken? Okay, so they had a concept for Zombie Bride. The idea for first fighting
What?
zombie in a game came up during the development of Tekken 3. But since fighting style for a zombie would be quite difficult to create, the idea was scrapped. The idea resurfaced for Tekken 6, the character being the dead sister of Miguel Caballero Dojo, who came back as a zombie and would fight in her tattered wedding gown. However, the idea was never approved nor elaborated upon.
Damn. What?
I found this.
Zombie bread.
I was like, what the fuck is a zombie bride? And then I read on it, and it said the dead sister of Miguel, and I was like, what the fuck? The concept was once again reintroduced in Tekken Revolution when she became one of the candidates in Tekken Revolution's original character poll on the official Tekken Facebook page, where she was labeled as Zombie Bride. She was later voted in 4th place, just behind Shin Kamiya. That's a little fun fact for you all. That I
So other
love.
characters we haven't brought up yet are Dragunov. We've barely talked about Lily. We've barely talked about Asuka, and she's actually a part of the family.
Yeah.
Uh,
Shin is very important, especially if you have seen Blood Vengeance.
Oh yeah, Shin. We haven't talked about Bob at all. There's just so many characters that aren't involved with the Mishimas.
Oh
and
yeah.
the
Oh, you want to know
Ultimas.
another fun fact?
Yep.
Okay, so we know about female a character called Elisa, right? So a fun thing, I was just like, okay, she's a vampire.
Wait, I know what you're talking about.
She's a vampire. Okay. I didn't know vampires would exist in this world, but a devil gene is, so why not vampires? But hey, I'm gonna just for fun of it check who who her family is. Just for the heck of it, you know? Right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I see Mr. D. Rochfort is alleged father, right? And then I see Emily D.
Yeah.
Rochfort, alleged sister. Do we know who Emily is? Yes. That's fucking Lily. Do you want to know how old this
Yeah.
vampire is?
Oh god.
This vampire.
I'm scared.
1,000 plus 4 months
Ooh,
years old.
1,004 months.
How is she Lily's sister?
It could be like her great sister.
Like, how do you get this to be? I don't understand how. The father is a regular human, isn't he?
I don't know. Is Lily a regular human?
I don't know, is she? I am questioning
I don't know.
everything
Is
right
she?
now. Okay, Mr. D. Rochfort is an oil magnate whose company Rochfort Enterprises have been in partnership with the Mishima Saibatsus for many years. He's a pacifist and was angry and disappointed with his daughter when she ran off to attend the 5th King of Iron Fist tournament. When she returned, he ground Lily for fighting in the tournament. Shortly after, however, Jin Kazuma ascended to the position of CEO of the Mishima Saibatsu, and as a part of his expansion and declaration of war, took over the oil fields of Rochfort Enterprises. The stress of this situation caused Mr. D. Rochfort to collapse, inspiring Lily to seek vengeance against Jin and to try and regain her family's property and restore her father's mental health. He doesn't sound like a vampire.
Damn.
He doesn't sound like a vampire. How is a 1,000-year-old your alleged sister?
Maybe because the dad had been like, I'm the one that woke you up, I'm your dad now. Maybe. I don't know.
It doesn't say anything about him waking her up. Hold on. Elisa.
I don't know.
Elisa is a female vampire who holds the power of immortality. She claims to be 1,000 years old and 4 months old. With the intention of taking a nap, she climbed into a coffin but inadvertently slept for 600 years. Even when she is awake, she is unable to control her sleep patterns and will suddenly fall asleep at any time. Eliza was imprisoned under the Rochford family estate many centuries ago by members of the Archers of Sirius, and she thus has much disdain for the group. Who the fuck is Archers of Sirius? They're in Tekken 7 and 8, maybe 8? It's not updated on that. The Archers series are a group of exorcists who have been banishing supernatural entities from the world since ancient times. A highly secretive organization, its existence is unknown to the general public, although it is unknown for how their existence was subsequently revealed. The Archers of Sirius were suddenly approached by the Mishima Saibatsu to join their conglomerate. Me very good at English. I know. You need a DNA test. I know, right? Like, maybe it's because...
if she, well, we've seen her gameplay in Tekken 7,
Yeah.
so we know she has magical powers.
She's
So
a
what if she is
vampire. Of
just a
course she
new
has.
vampire? Let me finish. What if she is a new vampire that is only like, I'm a vampire, obviously I'm 1,000 years old. So what if she is just, she said she says that she's 1,000 years old and 4 months.
But she slept for 600.
Well, yeah, but who's saying that? Like, she is. Like,
Okay, she climbed into a coffin, but inadvertently slept for 600 years. What do you want from me? And
I don't know, this one's weird.
This one is weird. And like, why would you call them alleged father and sister if you hate their family? Because Archers of Sirius, which kind of just like kept you underneath the family estate. I've been reading this and I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
You got me, boss. I have no idea.
Okay, Tekken 7. This is where she got introduced. Elisa was only supposed to take a short nap, but ended up sleeping for 600 years, so it's actually confirmed. It is 600 years. Upon awakening, she found her powers as a vampire had faded to nothing. In an attempt to restore her strength, she consumed the blood of several victims. However, it wasn't enough. What she needed was the blood of someone with an intense spiritual force. Maybe then she would return to peak condition. But did such a person even exist in this area? No one sprang to mind. Left with no other choice, Elisa headed for the old HQ of the clan of exorcists, who had caused her no end of trouble when she last prowled the nights. Perhaps some of their descendants were still alive. Upon defeating Claudio, Elisa becomes very tired and leaves to go home and rest. Suddenly, she is confronted by Lily, who states that Elisa has been imprisoned under the Rochford's family estate for centuries. Lily claims to be Elisa's younger sister. Elisa tries to explain the impossibility of Lily's claim. Even she denies it! Saying she is more than 1,000 years old, but keeps falling asleep. Lily then comments that Elisa should try less blood and more coffee. It's... They don't even put it in stone. They don't... Who is she? Who is she? Like, I love her and all, but who is she?
She's just a girl.
Yeah, why does Lily just be like, hey, you're my sister? And she's like, bitch, nah, I'm 1,000 years old. How can I? And she's like, oh, we're sisters. I just needed to let you guys know about that because it did make sense and I need others to have a headache about this. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so Kazumi. Do we want to talk about her? We've only talked a little bit
I mean,
about
she's
her.
I mean, I don't like my notes barely had said anything about Kazumi.
Yeah.
Uh, all I know is that her whole family has the devil gene.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
and that like they knew that being with Heihachi was going to be a bad idea, but they wanted her to do it anyway to kill him. That's all I got.
Okay,
That's all I got on
so
Kasumi.
Kasumi is shown to be quite honorable and formal, as in one of her intro animations. She formally bows to her opponent while announcing she will be their next opponent. She also uses the formal and antiquated first-person pronoun watakushi. Kasumi also seems to share her husband's affinity for animals. In Kasumi's case, she trained a pet tiger which she can summon at will as a part of her moveset, unlike Heihachi who trained Kuma but cannot summon him at will. In one of her win animations, she's shown petting her tiger happily. Fun fact, when she's in devil form, her tiger is black and white, not orange and black. That's a fun fact for you.
Fun, fun fact. Did you know?
In Tekken 7 Faded Retribution during Akuma's reveal trailer, Kazumi is shown to have an antagonistic side towards her husband, as she tells Akuma he must kill him if she fails to do so. She then adds, and also unfortunately, my dear son Kazuya. So she also implied that he needed to kill Kazuya.
Yeah,
That was not mentioned in your notes. I'm just saying.
yeah,
It
it
was.
was.
Oh, okay. I only heard Heihachi. I was only fixated on that, I guess. Implying
No, yeah,
that.
because it was the first one.
Yeah, implying that she is also ordering Akuma to kill him. In the story trailer narrated by her, her feelings towards Kazuya indicate that she primarily fears that what Heihachi will do to their little son when he discovers he has her powers. Subsequent montage of destruction attributed to Heihachi also includes crimes committed by Kazuya Engine, implying that Heihachi is responsible for setting in motion all those subsequent evils. Which is kind of true. She tells Sakuma that Heihachi must be killed to stop the loss of innocent life he will inevitably cause in the future. This antagonism is exacerbated in her devil form,
That's good. You, you said that right the first time.
where she becomes hostile towards her husband and sadistically mocks him for marrying her in the first place. This is due to her family's plot to kill him. Which makes me more question Akuma's thought process about waiting 50
Why?
years.
Yeah, yeah, but why it took so long?
He could have stopped so much evil if he just had done it the moment she died.
Yeah,
I mean, Akuma, please. It is later revealed that Kazumi did truly love her new family, but that Hachiyo clan has existed to keep over ambitious people like Heihachi, monitored and killed them when deemed too dangerous, leaving Kazumi emotionally conflicted. As much as she loved her husband and Kazuya, she seems to have been prepared to sacrifice them for the good of the world, both foreseeing that they would both would go down an evil path if she failed her mission. After Heihachi forcibly took her over his father's corporation, it became clear that Kasumi that he was indeed walking the dark path her family had predicted. Despite this, Kasumi seems to have resisted her devil form for a long time, but delaying killing Heihachi seems to have given it greater power over her, causing Kasumi to frequently fall ill. It is thus unclear if Kasumi finally made a choice to kill Heihachi of her, or if her devil form finally got the better of her and made this choice for her. If they knew the Heihachi or the Mishima family would be such evil, why even send in the one person you have with devil gene? I mean,
Maybe she's just not smart.
the whole clan is not smart at this. We have Jun, which is Jin's mother, which just
There can't be
disappeared.
that much about her. She's like a wildlife activist. Like she fell in love with Kazuya immediately. She raised Jin.
Bu- 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 bu. She grew up surrounded by nature on the island of Yakushima, where she was taught the ways of Kazuma style martial arts and developed strong physical abilities before moving to Tokyo when she reached adulthood. While city life distanced her from spiritual surroundings, her father's ghost appeared to her, reaffirming her beliefs in the supernatural. So she is a very like spiritual person.
Yeah, she could like see spirit energy.
Yeah. Okay, here is where she is attacked by the ogre, who was seeking out the world's greatest martial artist to defeat them and absorb their abilities. Jin rushed to his mother's side to aid her in battle, but was easily outmatched by the ogre. Knocked unconscious when he awoke, he found his home destroyed and Jun nowhere to be found. Believing her to be dead, Jin set out to avenge. Okay, Jun's true status after these events remains unknown. A vision of Jun stopped Jin from killing Heihachi during the events of Tekken 4. That's something to say about her.
That's all it says.
Yeah, it's something in the middle, but it's
Wow.
more like Kazuma style traditional fighting. Jin about when she got the child. Jun and Kazuya getting close. She getting pregnant. Yeah, it's not like a whole lot.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
And that she also can sense the mysterious power because um she's yeah, spiritually something something, I don't remember. What does she
Yeah, she's got
dislikes?
nothing.
Deception, devil, the devil gene, ogre, violence, evil.
Wow.
She's such a good character.
Yeah, it's too bad we never see her.
One person I really want to know about is Unknown, though. You probably don't know Unknown.
Nope.
Because nobody knows who it is, actually. But it could be Jin Kazuma.
The
Hey?
fuck?
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Little is known of Unknown's origins, yet it seems as though a creature resembling a wolf spirit possessed her for its own purpose, which is to complete itself, as shown in Unknown's Tekken Tag Tournament ending. The creature accompanies her in battle and mimics Unknown's moves and actions, possibly as it controls her actions. Unknown returns in Tekken Tag Tournament 2. This time without the wolf spirit, implying that she was able to escape the spirit's control at the end of the first tag tournament. Since Tekken Tag Tournament's release, Namco has not provided any clear explanation on Unknown. The comic book Tekken Forever was meant to explain who Unknown was, but it was cancelled after only one issue. A limited edition version of Tekken 6 was released in September 2009, and an art book which was part of the package revealed that Unknown was originally supposed to be Jun Kasuma's sister by the name of
What?
Hitomi. But this story arc was dropped when Tekken Tag Tournament became a non-canon spin-off game. Okay, so here we
Wait,
also...
is-
Yeah?
hypothetically, right? When did this? Because Asuka shows up in Tekken 4.
Yeah. Around there.
Oh, for sure she's in Tekken 5.
But she does look like Jun. That's the worst of it. She resembles Jun so much.
Yeah, if she is hypothetically, of course, if she
Yeah.
is June's sister, it could be Asuka's mom
Aw.
because Asuka and Jin are cousins,
Yeah.
and Kazuya doesn't have any like.
Do you know the
He doesn't have.
mom's name for Asuka's? Asuka's mom's name?
I don't think so. I don't have that information.
Okay, we'll look that up. Okay, here comes the Jun Kazuma Unknown controversy, okay? In Tekken Tag Tournament, Unknown starts with the fighting style of Jun Kazuma at the onset of every battle. This, in addition to their similar features, led many to believe that Unknown is a possessed Jun Kazuma. Unknown also appears in Ogre's Tekken Tag Tournament ending. In this ending, Ogre has defeated Jin Kazuma, and he is about to consume Jin's souls. However, Unknown interrupts him. It is implied that the two engage in a fight, and Unknown is seen without the wolf spirit. Her apparent independent and selfless intervention on the behalf of Jin furthers suspicions that she is Jin's lost mother, Jin Kazuma. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 later confirmed suspicions that Jin and Unknown were the same person. When the player reaches the final battle, Jin is fought in the first round before transforming into Unknown upon defeat. Unknown is then fought in the second round of the match. This has not been confirmed as canon to the main series stories. Isn't that fun?
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the headache. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It's so much more than just the main story. Because you have the characters that never gets mentioned in the main story, and then it kind of reveals itself. It might be another character or a family member of someone else, right? Like Unknown. Nobody knows about her, but it's kind of confirmed, but not canonically or canon confirmed, that she is Jun Kazuma, even though her features are very similar. What happens in Tekken Tag and Tekken Tag 2? And the timing of everything with the ogre taking Jun, right?
Yeah.
I have been drinking, don't you worry.
Hold on, I was looking at the wrong one.
Well, this just got interesting.
We need more DNA tests around here. Not only for the vampire
need-
chick and Lily, but also for Unknown and Jin.
Well, has Unknown shown up in anything that is not the tag games?
Tekken 6.
Was she really in Tekken 6?
Tekken 6?
They really just glaze over that. They really just glaze over that in the story, don't they?
Yeah.
It might
Well,
just be like a
it's a limited edition version of Tekken 6 was released September 2009,
Oh.
and an art book, which was part of the package, revealed she was Shun's sister. Look at how hot these people are. You know they all be fucking yeah.
That's a good thing, Corpse. You just said. That's true.
So we have Michelle. We all know and love Michelle. I loved her when I could
Do
play
we?
her. I love her.
Is-
She
I
has
mean-
good fighting style and everything.
Okay.
Her adoptive daughter is even better. Julia.
Julia.
I love Julia. She's just she's just
She's
there.
just an
And then
incompetent.
be like, I'll take revenge. And then save the forest. Like, even this family has had its fair share of, like, the fuck story. As Julia neared her 18th birthday. Hold on, I need to find Julia on my pictures. There we go. As Julia neared her 18th birthday, stories started to reach the tribe of martial artists disappearing around the globe, fearing that the tribal tales of the god of fighting were coming true and that her pendant was somehow connected. Michelle headed to Japan to find Heihachi Mishima and ask him what he knew about the pendant and why he had sought it previously. When she did not return, Julia suspected foul play from Heihachi and entered the Third King of Iron Fist tournament to rescue her mother. As the tournament reached its final, Julia successfully rescued Michelle and learned that Heihachi had used Michelle's pendant to fully awaken Ogre, the god of fighting in an ancient Aztec temple. Julia initially wanted revenge against Heihachi, but Michelle persuaded her to return home peacefully. Nothing is stopping this girl.
Nothing.
After
Not
the
even
events
as
of the
Zaibatsu.
yeah, after the events of the third tournament, Julia's priorities changed. Upon learning that the encroaching desert would soon consume her homeland, she began researching ways to restore the global ecosystem. This led her to join a team of researchers led by Professor T at the G Corporation headquarters, where the project named Genocell progressed well. Unfortunately for Julia, the laboratories were attacked by the Mishima Saibutsu and her research was stolen, prompting her to enter the fourth King of Iron Fist tournament in an attempt to retrieve the data. While she was unsuccessful, she did catch the... Yeah.
That's fair. She's 18.
She did catch the attention of Gunryu, a sumo wrestler who fell in love with her due to her resemblance to her mother Michelle, whom Gunryu had fallen in love with 20 years previously during the second King of Iron Fist tournament. This led him to join Julia in the fifth King of Iron Fist tournament in the hopes of recovering the data and winning her heart. While Ganryu succeeded in finding the data, Julia remained dismissive of his affection.
Just give up, bro. Just give up, Ganryu.
With the forest rejuvenation data back in her possession, Julia returns home to realize her dreams of reforesting her homeland. Her plans her plans take a back seat, however, when she learned of a greater threat to humanity. If Kazuya Mishima and Jin Kazuma, who both carried the devil gene, were allowed to clash, a great evil would be resurrected and unleashed upon the world. Sensing the danger of mankind, uh, Julia entered the sixth King of Iron Fist tournament to help
She's
prevent.
in more of these things than her mother is.
I know, right? To help prevent the meeting that threatened the world. She later became a video blogger and created content regarding the seventh tournament, though
Think of
it
the
is
content.
the content, though it is unclear whether she officially entered or not. Okay, so we don't know if she entered the seventh tournament, but goddamn, she has really gone there.
Yeah, the more the longer the story. Okay, so when I was watching the video, the guy had mentioned something about 6 and 7 not really caring about the tournament part of the Iron King tournament.
Yeah,
They're just like, it happens in the background.
yeah,
Apparently, and I haven't played the story mode. 8 is better about it. In 8, it's a little they like focus on the tournament more.
yeah.
Now, mind you, I haven't played the story mode yet, but I might do tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about Bob.
Oh boy.
Alright, Bob needs some love. Bob. Robert, his name is. Actually, no. Let's take Bob and then Dr. Boskanovich so we can get into Roger and his family and then Alex.
Which Oh right.
You know Roger
Roger
has
and
a
his
family,
family.
right? He has Roger
Yeah, I was
Jr. and Roger's wife.
Oh, I know about Roger's family.
You would not think a kangaroo would have
Yup.
family drama, but goddamn.
Oh boy, do they have drama. And it's all canon too.
All canon. Okay, Bob. I love Bob. He's my favorite person. Also Slim Bob. Okay, Robert Bob Richards was heralded as a master of
His
martial
name is
arts.
Richard. What's his name? Robert Bob Richards.
Yeah,
That is the most fucking American 1960s ass name I've ever
I know.
heard.
I know, right? Heralded as a master of martial arts from a young age. He garnered many fans with his chiseled body and good looks. However, he could not defeat opponents who were larger than him. He vanished from the martial arts scene to pursue a special training regime that increased his power and weight whilst maintaining his agility. Hold on, is Slim Bob first and then Bob? I think so. So Slim Bob is first and then you got Bob.
Regular Bob.
Yeah. Slim Bob has curly hair and blue eyes. Tekken 6 ending. He shares the same facial hair as his larger counterpart, but as a playable character in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, Slim Bob's face is clean shaven. He has a slim figure, and his name would suggest. So this is Bob before he became better.
Before he became better.
I love Bob. All of Bob. Okay, so back to Bob, not Slim
Oh,
Bob.
regular back to regular Robert Bob.
Robert Bob Richards. After several years of seclusion, Bob returned to the scene. Having gained a large amount of weight, Bob paid no attention to critics of his changed body, as you should. Confident in the mixture of speed, power, and weight his regimen had imbued him with. Deciding that he was ready to return to competition, he entered the King of Iron Fist Tournament 6. That's all about Bob.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow, I expected there to be more there.
Like, there's more into Tekken 6 and then Tekken 7 and such. I don't know how much it goes in, though. Like, we can see the ending, Bob ending, in Tekken 6, where he weighs himself. Let me see the... Okay, prologue and ending description. In Tekken 6, Bob was very serious about his training. Heralded as a master of the martial arts, from a young age, his chisel, yeah, basically the same as up there. Okay, so basically prologue is basically the same as up there. Ending. The ending begins with the narration. After winning tournament, Bob became a worldwide sensation. And his schedule was filled with a series of television and magazine interviews. After a montage of magazine articles with Bob on the cover, Bob appearing on talk shows, and a visual of Bob in front of multiple cameras appearing from a dark void as a shorthand for paparazzi. A poster of his obese self appears on the wall, and Bob is faintly seen walking past it. He weighs himself in his exercise room, where he discovers he only weighs a shocking 150 lbs on a scale. He steps off, wondering if the scales is incorrect. Then weighs himself again. After looking at the number once more, not believing that he really weighed so little, the camera then shows Bob wearing baggy clothing, covering a skinnier and slimmer body. Bobby.
Bobby,
No, body. He shouts in
Bobby.
horror, not able to accept the fact that all his famous weight vanished without him ever knowing it. He then proceeds to bang his head on the wall before appearing in the middle of the room, passed out. That's a nice ending. So
Well, I have
now,
heard worse ending.
no, that makes me question if his Slim Bob is after or before this Bob. I would think it's before, but with that, I don't know. Tekken 7. Bob entered King of Iron Fist tournament to prove he was the strongest in the world. On the way to his match, the road before him exploded, blocking his way forward. The smoke cleared to reveal a lone man emanating an evil aura. Who is this? Brian?
Oh yeah,
It's fucking
I
Brian.
remember that. Yeah, it's Brian.
Bob had no idea what was happening, but his instinct told him that this guy was somehow connected to the destruction around them. Bob's sense of justice stirred inside him, and he vowed with all his might to defeat the man before him. As a red mist fell over his eyes, Bob forgot about being in a hurry and walked toward his opponent. After defeating
Did not write
Brian,
this down.
Hmm?
I guess I did. Oh well.
hello, Matham. After defeating Brian, Bob flips high into the air, yelling, "Speed and weight!" He lands hard on top of Brian and crushes his opponent's back. He stands in victory. The floor under them suddenly cracks and breaks apart, taking both of them down. An epilogue text states that Bob never made it to the tournament. Bob. Bob is great. I love Bob.
When did Bob show up the first time?
Which Bob? Slim Bob or regular Bob?
Regular Bob.
Introduced in Tekken 6. So I think Slim Bob is first, actually. When was his...
No. I think it's Bob and then Slim Bob and then back to regular Bob in Tekken 7. Because it only says that Slim Bob appeared in an ending, not in the game.
Okay. Both of them are playable in Tekken Tag Tournament 2. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, Roger. Roger.
Dislikes weight loss.
Only that?
You didn't go. Yeah, go back to Robert Richards,
Richard
and look at his
Robert.
likes.
Robert
Rick.
weight loss. God damn.
Yeah, that's everything that he dislikes.
He likes fighting food, popularity, crime fighting, helping those in need. What about Slim Bob? Dislikes weight loss and baggy clothes.
Damn.
My man, give me your baggy clothes. I love them. Okay, Roger. Roger is a
Oh
funny
boy, here we
fella.
go.
Okay, Roger is a genetically engineered kangaroo with the ability to fight, jump extremely high, and run very fast. He was the first kangaroo born at the Mishima Saibatsu biotech labs as a part of Kazuya Mishima's program to create transgenic military animals. The program was run by Mishima Industries and headed by Dr. Boskanovich. Kazuya later deemed this experiment to be a useless failure. He called
Damn.
Roger useless failure. Rip.
You just wait until to see how useless he could really be.
Roger was entered into the King of Iron Fist tournament too as a competitor. Shortly after this, he met his wife, and the two had a Joey. It like says Joey that they named Roger Jr.
A Joey is the name of a baby kangaroo.
It is. That's funny.
Yeah.
The three lived in
Well,
peace.
it's also for other things that are like kangaroos.
Ah.
A Joey is just an in general like baby animal of this thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
The three lived in peace, having apparently escaped the labs after Kazuya's fall from power. Many years later, however, Roger was kidnapped. It is not clear who he was kidnapped by, but he ended up back in the destroyed Saibatsu laboratories that had belonged to Dr. Boskanovich. He remained here forever, however, of his own volition. Volition?
Yep.
Living in luxury until his wife and son found him. Deeply disappointed by his abandoning them, Roger's wife divorced him. It is unclear what happened to Roger after this, although in the non-canon Tekken Tag Tournament 2, he is remorseful of his actions and seeks out his family to try and apologize to them.
However,
he is a fucking divorced kangaroo.
oh, it gets worse.
Should I just read the rest of their family and then you can say if I am missing something?
There's one more thing, but I think we can get there when we read Alex.
Okay. Okay, Roger's wife. Oh no, she only had like for every game story, so she's not that important.
Nope.
Okay, that was Roger's wife. Roger Jr. Roger was a genetically engineered kangaroo. Yeah. One day, Roger was kidnapped. They discovered him living in luxury, however, and caring of their fate, and Roger's wife decided to divorce him. Now Roger Jr. and his mother live alone and try to make ends meet by fighting together in tournaments.
That's not everything. That's not where the story ends. Let's go to Alex.
Alex! I need to find Alex. Does she hate him or something? No. Maybe Roger.
Alex is the Velociraptor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out if there's a yellow tag for him here, but no. Okay, Alex. There he is, and my picture for him. Alex, back to this. Alex is cloned and genetically modified Deinonychus created by Dr. Boskanovich during Kazuya Mishima's tenure as the head of Mishima Saibatsu. Alex was created by using dinosaur DNA found in a fossilized insect, with missing DNA strands being spliced with that of a kangaroo. After his creation, Alex was trained in the art of commando wrestling. Alex has only made one appearance in the main storyline, that being in Tekken 2, although he played no significant role in the plot. Alex is intelligent for his kind, and while he is never shown to be able to speak like Kuma 2 can... Kuma 2 can't speak?
No.
What? Why does it say Kuma 2 can speak? He
I
shows
don't
some
know.
human-like characteristics and seemed to be able to understand the English language. Despite this, his animalistic tendencies sometimes take over, leading him to behave in a more primitive manner. That's what it says. Go ahead.
That's all it says?
Yeah, that's all it says.
So, fun fact. After Roger Jr. and Roger's wife found Roger in the abandoned facility, they kicked him out and divorced him, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then Roger, obviously feeling really bad years later,
Trying to get them
tried
back.
to get them back. However,
Comma pause.
Roger, however, pause, Roger's place was already taken by Alex.
Oh my god. They already replaced him with Alex?
Yes.
I mean, she got her divorce. You go, girl.
And he is technically part kangaroo.
He is. He has kangaroo DNA in him, as we did see.
Yeah. So,
damn.
stepdaddy Alex.
Daddy Alex.
Stepdaddy Alex.
Hell yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised they didn't mention that. I think that's
I am
fucking
surprised they
hilarious.
didn't mention that. That's some information I would have liked here. Is that all?
That's all I had to say about
Okay.
Alex.
Not that it was very
And
little,
Roger.
it was good. It was the best. Okay, I wanna read a little bit about my boy.
Dragonov?
Yeah. Or these notes. No, he's not that.
Got
Sir Sergey.
Tetris.
Oh, Sebastian. Hold on. Since we talked about
Sergey?
Lily.
We barely talked about Lily.
No, but okay, we talked about
Oh, no, you're
Elisa.
right. We did. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We did do
We
that.
haven't talked technically about Lily, but Elisa being the vampire sister of a human, 1,000 years old, apparently. But you know. Okay, Sebastian, my man. I love him. He's kind of good. He's a good boy.
He's a
Unlike
good
his
boy.
employer, Mr. de Rochefort, Sebastian seems to approve of Lily's desire to fight, as seen in her Tekken Tag Tournament 2 ending, and seems to have even adopted her fighting style. Him being able to fight and move the same as Lily could be considered non-canon. However, as it is seen only in the aforementioned on non-canon game. So, let me just let you picture this. Lily's fighting style, which is a lot of legs and a lot of splits, right? But Sebastian.
Yes. But Sebastian.
But Sebastian. Sebastian appears to be a kind and caring man. He is always happy and positive for Lily's accomplishments, as seen in Lily's Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection ending, when he congratulates her for winning the tournament, crying with joy for her. He's such a sweet boy. He also seemed to equate Lily's fights with an teasing of Asuka as her making friends, air quotation, and showing affection. Nevertheless, he always loyally assists Lily in her antics, either at her side directly or via calls. Get yourself a man like Sebastian.
Wait, does it say that he's still alive, by the way?
Yeah, he's alive.
Hey, at least he's not dead.
He has no reason to be dead.
Yeah,
Oh
well,
my god, his
neither did
hobby.
well,
His hobby is monitoring Lily.
oh my goodness. That's a little creepy, bro.
Oh my god, it gets better. Okay, likes serving Mr. D. Rochford and Lily. Lily making air quotation friends. He loves seeing Lily making friends. He dislikes seeing Lily upset. His whole world is Lily. I love
Get
this
you
man.
a man. Get you a
Like
man like Sebastian.
Sebastian from Tekken. That's what I have to say about him. Maybe I should go more in depth about Lily before I move on.
Yeah, we're already here, you know.
Yeah, I did not talk about her much because I was more focused on the vampire
Oh boy.
sister, which is
Vampire
weird.
sister and hella cute Sebastian.
Yeah. Hello, cute Sebastian. Emily
Hella cute.
Lily de Rochefort is the only daughter of a wealthy Monegasque oil magnate. Only daughter. So why is she coming in being like, are you a vampire 1004 months old? You're my sister. Oh my god. Given her privileged background, Lily had a pampered upbringing. 4 years prior to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 5, Lily was kidnapped and held for ransom. During her captivity, Lily struggled violently to free herself and successfully defeated one of her abductors. I am losing my voice, triggering a hunger for conflict in her. So, reason she started fighting was because she got abducted. That's cool. You go, girl. You protect yourself.
That's cool.
That's cool. Lily was freed and found herself eager to continue fighting. Though her father disapproved of her new interest, Lily was able to attend several fighting tournaments under the pretense of going on vacation. Oh my god. She's just like, yeah, I'm just
Okay.
taking a vacation. Goes in fighting. During this period, she received an invitation to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 5 from an opponent she defeated in San Francisco. Lily realized that the host of the tournament was the Mishima Saibatsu, a conglomerate causing trouble for her father's business. She decided to enter the tournament in hopes of putting an end to her father's business troubles, which we all have heard about, being that the Mishima took charge of it all and put her father into distress and a lot of stress, right?
Yes.
Asuka Kazuma defeated Lily at the end of Iron Fist Tournament 5, and Lily's father learned that she had been fighting against his wishes. Lily was banned from leaving home, leaving her unable to pursue a rematch with Asuka. Soon after, Mr. Rochford's oil fields were taken over by Mishima Saibutsu. Okay, so it happened after the first time she entered. His company fell into disarray and he collapsed due to stress concerned for her father's well-being. Lily began formulating a plan to reclaim the oil fields from the Mishima Saibatsu as she was making her plans. The King of Iron Fist Tournament 6 was announced. Lily entered the tournament to enact her plans and help her father. Okie dokie.
Okay.
At some point following Lily's participation in the tournament, Lily encountered Lars Alexanderson and Alicia Boskanovich. She told them she had not had the opportunity to fight Asuka and that she would imminently be returning home to Monaco to assist in Lars and Alicia's conflict with the Mishima Saibutsu and its leader, Jin Kazama. Lily provided them with a vehicle. So she helped Lars and Alicia.
Yeah.
Lily went on to enter the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7 without telling her father she would be attending. She was matched against Asuka Kazuma. That's all it says about her, by the way.
Yeah, that's it.
You would think she would have more. Especially with
No.
the vampire underneath her estate.
I wish that vampire was underneath me. Sorry, I haven't been drinking water. I guess I'm a little bit thirsty.
Thirsty. Okay. Sergey, my man. I love him.
More like Sir Gay.
Oh my god. I wanna see him. He dislikes speaking. Me too, man. Me too. Interferences and United Nations Raven unit. He fucking hates Raven.
Wow.
He likes though following orders. I can give you some orders. Trains and Speeten. I don't know what that is.
What?
Oh my god, it's a traditional East Slavic hot winter beverage. An actual thing. That's funny. I like it.
Yeah.
He likes trains, my man.
I like trains.
Yeah. Okay, my man. Dragunov is a member of an elite special operations unit in the Russian military. This role has put him in conflict with parties including United Nations officers Raven and Master Raven. And
Oh
earned...
yeah, have I mentioned
No, you
that
haven't
when Jin was
mentioned anything about Raven.
no, not Raven. Um, when Jin took over the Mishima Zaibatsu, he also took over the United Nations.
Ah, yeah, no, you didn't mention that.
No, I was just like, this isn't important to the story right now.
It is now, though.
It is now.
Conflict with the parties and earned him the moniker the White Angel of Death. Isn't that cool? He was sent to the
That's such a
king.
cool name. I've never
It
had
is.
I've never heard a cooler.
It is. It is cool. He was sent to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 5 on a clandestine mission to capture a specimen. Who is that specimen, we might ask? It's Devil Jin! Oh my god, I haven't even read about Devil Jin itself.
Bro,
I think it says the same thing, but more about
as
Devil.
regular gin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not going too deep into that. Because it's basically repeating yourself so many times. Of an interest to the Russian military. So even the Russian military at this point wants Devil Jin, but failed to secure the organism. On his return to Russia, Dragunov was deployed to quell the civil unrest spreading through the country due to the actions of covert Mishima Saibatsu operatives. Dragunov was withdrawn from this mission and redeployed to infiltrate the King of Iron Fist Tournament 6 and take down the Mishima Saibatsu. The outcome of this mission is not stated. He would later in the enter. Oh god, that scared me. Jesus Christ. He would later enter the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7 on army orders. After this, Dragunov was permitted to take extended leave for the first time in his life. He took his opportunity to review his personal bucket list and settle on trying to complete a particular difficult task. What did you say?
Oh man, I wonder what that task. No, nothing. I wonder what that task is. What is on his bucket list, VQ? What's on his bucket list?
It doesn't say.
Damn it. That's a letdown.
It only says that you can refer to Tekken 8 official Japanese website profile or Tekken 8 official US English website profile. But I don't think it's like stated what his bucket list is.
That's hella lame.
Yeah, I want to know what his bucket list is. Hold
I hope
on.
I'm on his bucket list. Ooh, woo.
I will.
Oh, whoa.
I can be your bucket list. Oh my god, they actually had him in Tekken 2010 movie. Portrayed by Anton Kasabov. Eh.
Eh,
Could have been better.
she says. Eh.
Eh. I'm not impressed. No, it
Kind of beat
doesn't
him up a
seem.
little bit more.
Yeah, it doesn't seem any. I don't see anything about his bucket list actually in the 8th game. Or 7.
Sergey Dragunov
Bucket list?
bucket list. Sorry, continue reading. I'm gonna look up his bucket list.
Can you also look up pictures for him in the 2010 movie so I can just see how they actually portrayed him? I'm gonna look at it after stream though.
Dragunov Tekken movie.
Okay, Asuka, we haven't talked much about her. She's a Kazuma, which is also in the Mishima family, kind of. But not.
Wow, they really could have beat him. They just could have beat him up a lot more. He looks too clean to be Dragunov.
Oh, that's good. That's bad. I mean,
That's bad.
You need to beat him up a little bit more. Look at him.
Yeah, he's like barely scarred at all.
Oh, that's bad. That's horrible. Uh, okay. Asuka is a member of the Kazuma family and practitioner of Kazuma-style traditional martial arts. She was trained in her family's traditional martial arts style from a young age and always possessed a strong sense of justice. She became well known around Osaka for breaking up fights in the neighborhood. So she's like a peace holder or something.
Yeah, it sounds like
Uh,
it.
One day she returned home and discovered that her father's dojo had been wrecked. The students present at the time of the attack told Asuka present. There we go. Asuka that a Chinese man. Who is this Chinese man? It's Feng Wei. Fucking Feng Wei is everywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything though.
Uh, Apparently, this Chinese man had beaten them and hospitalized her father. So Feng Wei did something. He demolished her father's dojo. Several days later, a detective from Hong Kong, Lei Wulong, there we go, Lei my man, arrived to investigate the incident and told Asuka that the perpetrator would likely be entering King of Iron Fist Tournament 5. In the name of justice, Asuka decided to enter as well. Oh my god, Asuka is just Batman. Justice!
Yup. Justice.
Asuka defeated Lily at the tournament, but was unable to find Feng Wei. The lack of closure frustrated Asuka, but her life gradually returned to normal. This peace was soon disrupted by the onset of war across the globe. However, Asuka learned that she was a relative of Jin Kazuma, leader of the Mishima Saibatsu, the conglomerate responsible for engineering the conflict. When the King of Iron Fist Tournament 6 was announced, Asuka entered with the intention of taking Jin down. So she basically forgot all about Feng Wei.
And so did everyone else.
Yeah. Hold on, what happened to Feng Wei?
He's just a fucking loser who wants to be strong. That's it.
Feng also seemed to be inclined towards some form of superstition or spirituality, as can be seen when he suggests that a wicked enchantment could be behind the despairing runes in Tekken 6, and in his assumption that a Cecil must be some kind of demon, where many other characters instead express only confused horror on seeing the creature. A Cecil has been mentioned again now.
Yeah, finally.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Got
talk.
in during Dragonov of all people.
What?
Are we still we're still reading on Dragonov stuff, right?
No. We're on
What
Asuka.
was Oh, it was Oscar. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot
You're
to change
the image
picture.
of yeah.
I did it now. Okay. A Cecil is a demon that ruled over the heavens and earth thousands of years ago. It was once known as the Rectifier and is the progenitor of the devil gene. In an ancient times, the Cecil bestowed a fraction of its power to certain humans, giving them the ability to draw upon their desires and fears to access supernatural power and take on monstrous forms. These humans were known as devils and acted as Cecil servants. Like, I like that Jin and Kazuya don't probably believe or know about that character at all.
Yeah.
Like, at all.
Are we talking
Oh,
about
hold on.
Azazel?
Oh, yeah, yeah. At some point, humans overthrew Azazel, and Safina. Here is Safina. Safina's ancient ancestors imprisoned its spirit in the temple that was once built in its name, placing a magical seal to bind it within. A prophecy was passed down among Safina's clan that stated that Azazel would awaken and destroy the world when two dark stars clashed in battle, which will be Kazuya and Jin. Thousands of years after this imprisonment, the seal binding Azazel broke due to fighting between Kazuya
Yeah, but
Mishima and his son Jin Kazama.
is it 1,004 months old? Hmm.
You
Hmm.
gotta be correct there. Both of whom were carriers of the devil gene. Jin and Kazuya were the two dark stars referenced in the prophecy, obviously. As Azazel began to speak telepathically with Jin and told him that it would achieve physical form if the world was filled with enough negative energy. There we have it. That's the thing you mentioned, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jin came to believe that destroying Azazel would rid him of the devil gene and save humanity from path of self-destruction. To this end, he used Mishima Saibatsu to stroke all-out war across the globe. Kazuya, who was controlling G Corporation from the shadows, stepped up to oppose Jin and the Saibatsu. Their war caused Azazel to grow in power. Safina noticed this and warned Jin to stop his wearing before it was too late. Jin told her that Azazel was already stirring and that it was too late to stop it. Like, when did Safina come into this? I haven't heard her name before now. Not not that I
Well,
didn't
I,
I actually didn't read Jin's yet, but yeah.
Safina was in Tekken 7,
And 8.
and she's in Tekken 8.
She's in a lot of them actually.
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing of her too. Like, the only reason I know that she's in those games is because I played those. I don't know in what other games she's in.
She was introduced in Tekken 6.
Yeah, that would have been after Azazel's thing. Azazel's thing happened in 4,
Hmm.
4 to 5.
She has a lot on her for being in only 3. God damn.
Oh no, no, she okay. Azazel wasn't 6. Okay, so like it makes sense. Azazel uh appeared in 6, and was the reason. Maybe that's the reason Safina showed up was because of Azazel.
Uh yeah, because her ancestral had locked Azazel away. So when he's stirring again, she tries to stop the person or tell the person stirring him up, being like, stop. And he's like, no, he's already doing shit. And be like, okay. Safina went to the temple alone to investigate. She opened the gate, was shocked to find Azazel awakened inside the temple. At some point, Safina consulted one Jinrei about the prophecy and became aware of Lars Alexanderson, a Tekken Force deserter opposing the Mishima Saibatsu G Corporation. Safina believed Lars may be able to prevent the looming catastrophe. Safina also met Jin Kazuma and Nina Williams when they visited the exterior of Azazel's temple. She was unsettled when Jin spoke as if he had knowledge of Azazel. Additional, Safina provided Raven with intel regarding the situation with Azazel. They are really just bringing in random people here now. Not
Yo,
random, but
I can
also
say things like
random
that.
for them. Like, how does Safina know she needs to provide intel to Raven, of all people? Uh,
Raven specifically, I have no idea.
exactly. Azazel was supposedly destroyed by Lars Alexanderson and Jin Kazama. In the aftermath, Safina discovered that the creature had survived in spirit form and used an ancient ritual to seal the demon in her own body. That's why she has the crystal arm. Which makes
Oh, is
sense.
she? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I know why she's so freaky.
That's
Realize
why she's so freaky.
Realizing that Azazel risked overpowering her, Safina sought to destroy Kazuya and Jin, the devil-wielding evil stars from the prophecy, before Azazel's power became too strong for her to contain. To this end, she sought out the Archers of Cyrus's. So here comes them in again. The spiritual cult that took away the Eliza, locked away Eliza underneath the Rochford estate, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, the people who locked up the vampire.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I
Yeah.
think I'm starting to realize that I am less confused with the Mishima fucking craziness that is. And I'm so confused with all the stuff going on around it.
Yeah. Like, I love that they keep referring to what's happening with the Mishimas, like the war and everything. But there's so many things on the sideline being like, what? An ancient order of exorcists. As soon as she arrived, Safina lost consciousness in front of the base, where Claudio and Ling
Yeah.
Xiaoyu found and immediately treated her. Safina awakened to find Xiaoyu tending to her, while Claudio strengthened to seal on her arm to suppress a sexual possession. She revealed her intentions to them, and the two promised to aid her however they could. Like, what my next question is, how do
Yeah.
Claudio and Ling Xiaoyu know each other? Like, I'm not questioning why Claudio can actually suppress
Um,
Azel's possession, because I've seen his fighting style. He has a magic voodoo shit.
I mm, wait, hold
I'm
on.
just gonna finish
I
this. Now that the two
Yeah.
share the same goal, Safina reveals to Claudio that Jin Kazama has lost the ability to utilize his devil gene, allowing for a free reign of Kazuya Mishima to subjugate the world. The two, along with Ling Xiaoyu and Panda, head to the Colosseum, where
With
Kazuya
Panda.
with Panda where Kazuya is hosting the King of Iron Fist Tournament 8. So now we're at 8. As Safina
Yeah.
foresees that a large wave, air quotation, will strike the Colosseum. The four enter just as Yggdrasil and United Nations forces are evacuating the area. Kazuya seems to have predicted this, however, as he siphons Azazel's power from within Safina's arm, using it to strengthen his own devil abilities. Weakened after Kazuya's assault, Safina tells Jin to return the air quotation where it all began in order to hone
Where it
his
all began.
abilities once more, relaying once more that Jin is the only hope for saving the world. That's so weird.
That's
Safina's story
something.
is so weird.
I think, and I might 100% be wrong here. I think. Oh God, I don't even I take it back immediately because my only connection between Ling Xiaoyu and Claudio would be Wang Jinrei, maybe, because he's an old man and he like just knows everybody. That's
No, no,
my
no, no.
only
He's a
connection.
young stud. Just with a broken back and a old heart. Failing heart.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what he
That
wanted to be called!
yeah, well, I'm gonna call a spade here. Um, I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with Lee, because maybe Lee is involved with Claudio in some way that I just don't know of yet. Yeah.
He is the leader of the archers of Sirius. But that doesn't make sense why Ling or Xiaoyu is... Like, how is Xiaoyu... Oh my god, this man's likes and dislikes. He only likes the archers of Sirius, which is his own thing that he is a leader of. And
Yeah.
then he dislikes the Mishima Saibatsu and demons. That's all. Hold on, does it say anything about Xiaoyu here? No, it doesn't. Xiaoyu is barely mentioned. Oh, wait. Claudio had intended to use Xiaoyu as a bait to get Jin. That's the thing. That's why she's important
I guess
there.
I, I guess they are cousins.
Are they? No?
No, they're not cousins. They're just
Oh,
friends.
okay.
They're
Yeah.
friends from school. I'm
Who?
thinking about Asuka. Jin and Ling or Xiaoyu they are friends. They're
Yeah, I
friends from
know.
school.
I know.
So that would make sense why Claudia would use her as bait.
Yeah. Is there anyone we're missing or want to know about more? I feel like we're missing so many, but also I don't know.
We we haven't talked about Eddie at all. He's not important, but we haven't talked
Uh,
about Eddie.
Eddie.
We haven't talked about Lucky Chloe. Uh
Didn't you mention her in
kind
the
of
World War Three?
yeah, she was in World War III, but she's an idol who fights, and then also she does like that's all I said about her. I want to know more about Lucky Chloe.
Oh my god. Do you know who dislikes Lucky Chloe?
Who dislikes her?
Yeah, there's someone who has her as a dislike on their
Oh
dislikes.
God, who is it?
Eddie
Is
Gordo.
it? No way.
Eddie Gordo. He dislikes Weakness, Kazuya Mishima, and Lucky Chloe.
God damn.
Speaking of Lucky Chloe, Eddie. I don't know. Oh god, he actually has a lot.
Yeah, then maybe we might take this another day.
Ugh. Yeah. If people are interested, or if I'm interested into knowing anyone else. Because the only thing I
Yeah,
was interested in Miguel was the fucking zombie that I found. I was like,
that,
okay,
that that's true. That's true.
yeah. And the vampire, because she's hot, but also, hey, she's allegedly Lily's sister, apparently. And nobody wants to, like, come out with the canon form for that. So we'll call it here. We're gone very deep dive into Tekken. Not.
Yeah, honest.
We have probably only scratched the surface. Most
Yup.
likely.
We went over the basic story and like most of the important stuff, but we haven't even touched any of the extra character. Like not most of the extra characters we have not talked about at all.
Yeah, and as we could see, as Safina, as Cecil,
Eddie,
Eddie, there's a lot of story, and I am wondering, why does he hate Lucky Chloe? Like, what did Lucky Chloe do to him? Is it because she's an idol? Is it because they were in a dance battle? Because Eddie's.
a dancer.
I just found out where Lucky Chloe comes into his biography.
Oh God, hit me with it.
Okay. At some point, Eddie opened an orphanage in Brazil. He thought
Hey,
that
that's King's thing.
he thought the children in his care capoeira. One day, however, he left to pursue revenge against Kazuya Mishima. Eddie traveled to G Corporation's Millennium Tower in an attempt to find Kazuya, who was ruling G Corp from the shadows. He was confronted instead by Lucky Chloe, an idol working with G Corp. The end.
That's it.
That's it. That's when Lucky Chloe got mentioned, and that's it. And I think that me personally, canon for me, he saw Lucky Chloe instead of Kazuya, and kind of moved his hatred and was like, should
Oh
I
my
hate
goodness.
you? Maybe he's just confused. I don't know. I feel like he's very confused.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe
there's no
maybe
reason for him to hate Lucky Chloe, but also she was in G Corp.
yeah. Maybe we could talk about Gonryu next time and give me more reasons to hate him.
Yeah. No, I have more probably people I want to talk about. We didn't even go into Reina.
Oh, we have not talked about Reina. You're right.
Yeah, we have a lot more. Oh my god, she doesn't have any dislikes or likes. What a boring girl.
Well, I mean, she is a new character, so
What a boring girl.
please, please tell me that they know why how she's related to Heihachi.
Father.
But why? How? She's younger than Jin. She's younger than Jin.
How the fuck is she younger than Jin?
She's younger than Jin. Does it say her age anywhere?
Um, uh, her origin is unclear. Age, it doesn't say her age. Reina is a high school student at Mishima
Yeah,
Polytechnical School. She understands Heihachi
there.
Mishima to be her father. She understands him to be her father. So it's maybe not. He
Okay,
could
so
he could just say
this
that.
okay, this is where just like very quickly. So Kazuya, Heihachi, and Lars all have sort of lightning based powers, sort of, right?
Yeah.
Because when Heihachi and uh Devil Kazuya and Lars, like when they power up, they get like this purple electric power that shows up around them. And guess who also has that power? Reina.
Mm.
So she has to be a Mishima. Well, she doesn't have to be. She can just be a nobody. Uh, but like She has to be.
But she's also in the Mishima Polytechnical School, which then,
Yeah.
again, they have something underneath that school, wasn't it? It's the same school, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's where the experiments for Steve was going on.
Yeah. So
And the guy from Blood Vengeance.
I think she might have been a thing underneath there. We'll find out next time. When we come
Maybe
back to
when more people do theory videos about Tekken,
Yeah, we need to wait for that.
We'll figure out how this happened.
Yeah.
I'm upset.
Why?
Because no one has done this yet.
It came out like a week, but also, yeah. People,
Hey,
it came out a
it's been
week.
out-
Do better.
It's been out for like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
You only had it for a week. I've had it for like 3 or 4.
I understand. I know. It was late to the game.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna raid out. I need to relax my voice too before it like goes out or something.
Yeah. There's a lot more talking going on this week than I thought.
Oh yeah, shit. We're still in the week where V-Day was. I forgot.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, chat.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, no, you did good.
It's not about the prize. It's not about the prize. It's about the feeling of victory. And the vomit.
I'm proud how much a little fairy could throw up so much.
Well, Becky lives to surprise.
Okay, you know what?
Okay. See you later, sir. Oh shit. I think I woke up like the whole neighborhood this time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, neighbors. Wait! Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? She said, we better take the back door. And then the guards behind us said, that's what she said.